Honorable members, I have been informed that the WIPA have agreed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice except the motion on the order paper. We now come to the notice of motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. We move a motion that Rule 32391, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purposes of consideration of the following bills on this day. Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill, Rental Housing Amendment Bill, Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill, National Environmental Management Laws Third Amendment Bill, National Environmental Management Waste Amendment Bill, Property Evaluation Bill, and lastly, National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amended Bill. I so move, Chairperson.
As there is no speaker's list, I shall now put a question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. As the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, I shall first ascertain whether all delegation heads are present in the chamber to cast their province's votes. Are the delegation heads present? Yes, according to Rule 7.1, I'll first allow the provinces to make an opportunity to make the declaration of votes if they so wish. Is there any province that wish to do so? No, we proceed to the voting. Voting commences. Delegation heads only, please. Oh, I'm told I should use the manual vote. I thought the machine near sevens. I sevens machine. Oh, okay. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. In favor, Free State. Voted how? Machines are working. Okay. Gauteng, yours is working. KZN.
But voting in favor?
In favor, Limpopo.
Votes in favor?
In favor, Mpumalanga.
Vote in favor.
In favor, Northern Cape.
Voted, Chair.
Voted. Western Cape, well, Northwest.
Voted, Chair. In favor.
Voted.
I did.
Electronically.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Western Cape.
Voted, Chairperson.
Okay. Can I get results from the staff? All nine. All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill and report of Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs thereon.
Honorable Kikane.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, good morning. This morning I'm given the opportunity to share with you some of the deliberation that the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs had on the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill, B35, B2013, that was introduced by the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform to Parliament. The main objective of the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill is to propose certain amendments to the Restitution of Land Rights Act 1994 Act number 22 of 1994, to extend the date for lodging a claim for restitution to 31st December 2018, a 5-year extension period, to criminalize the lodgement of a fraudulent claim, to further regulate the appointment, tenure of the office, remuneration, and the terms and conditions of service of judges of the Land Claims Court, and to further amend certain provisions which are aimed at promoting the effective implementation of the Act. The motivation to introduce this bill was to include the people that were previously excluded from the first claim period. These include claimants that were disposed of their land before 1913, when the notorious Native Land Act came into force, and claimants that missed the 31st December 1998 deadline. I would therefore like to highlight the following issues to the House that were raised during the public hearings in the provinces. The potential conflict that can arise as a result of new claimants that are made on land already restored to communities. Our government has spent millions of rands restoring land-disposed communities and will continue the struggle for land by reopening the process. We'd like to highlight to the Minister that measure that must be put in place to protect the vulnerable women and children-headed households that can fall prey to unscrupulous people who would now use this opportunity to claim these lands. The existing claims must be settled, and before the new claims are processed. We have committed ourselves to restoring land to the disposed, and Minister, we therefore need to finish all the outstanding claims so that the new process will not be held back. The bill was referred to the committee on the 26th February 2014. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform Affairs briefed the committee on the 28th February 2014 on the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill, B35B 2013. The Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill, B35B 2013, National Assembly, Section 76, referred to it and classified by the JTM as Section 76 Bill, agrees to the bill. I move that the House accept the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill. Chair, before I close, I think imandi bulele kumphathiswa kuba uzasashiye ngohlobo asiqhube ngalo kule committee yakwa Land and Environmental Affairs. Also ndibulele nakuwe Chair, ndisithi umdaka omnyama ungeva sephu. Uye wasiphatha kakuhle. Mna ke as from 2004 up to now, and ngoyiki ukuthi I am empowered by you. Chair, ndibhekise kumalungu e-African National Congress. Pha eBhayibhileni, yeya akho mntu ke oyakuva ubuhlungu kule nto ndithethayo. Kodwa pha eBhayibhileni, if iBhayibhile is holy, if ufunda pha kuMatthew chapter 7 verse 6, I'm talking to the ANC members and those who support the ANC. Musani ukukunika izinja okungcwele. Kanjalo ningaziphosi iberile zenu phambi kwehagu. Hleze zizinyathele ngamanqina azo sijike ziniqwenge. So xa ndithetha ngeperile ke mna ke ndithetha ngabavoti. Nibaxelele kabavoti bangathathi ivoti zabo bazinike ihagu. Hleze ihagu zakujika zibaqwenge. I thank you.
Honorable members, order. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In terms of Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes if they so wish. Is there any other province that wish to do so? Honorable de Villiers.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance acknowledged the injustice of the 1913 Native Land Act and subsequent apartheid legislation, which deprived people of their wealth, property, and opportunities. We further recognize that land reform and land restitution requires bold, decisive steps to address these injustices. Sadly, the current land restitution process has stalled under the ANC and has been plagued by tales of rampant corruption and maladministration. Moreover, funding to deal with the current outstanding land claims is a challenge, let alone the new ones. The DA does not believe this amendment bill in its current form will be successful in tackling the problems that continue to plague the land restitution process. As such, we put forth the following amendments. An intensive communication process that ensures that all those with a legitimate right to claim are aware of the process and the deadlines involved. A limited claim window ending on the 30th of June 2015, during which claims can be lodged. The claim verification process being managed by an independent body appointed through a competitive bidding system. Land claims commissioners being nominated and appointed through parliamentary procedures rather than the minister. Both claimants and landowners receiving state-funded legal assistance, if necessary, to challenge matters through the land claims court. The necessary funding being made available in the medium-term expenditure framework before the window be reopened and setting a 6-year deadline from the closure of the claims window for the settlement of all claims. The DA supports the principle of restitution, but it can only work if it is done in an open, fair, and efficient manner. Based on the rejection of our proposed amendments, we cannot support this bill in its current form. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Kunda, why are you raising your hand?
I'll be speaking on behalf of the Northern Cape, Chair, to make a declaration on this bill. I've already given permission.
Have you been...
Yes, I've been given permission.
Or you've been given
Because
permission?
I was in the Northern Cape to...
The Democratic to give a permission? Okay, Mr. Kunda.
Chair, according to the Northern Cape... Oh, must I go to the podium? Chair, according to the thank you, Chair. According to the Northern Cape legislature supports this bill. When we were there during our briefings and we explained the purpose of this bill, the reason why we support this bill, number one, it is time that the people of South Africa have been recognized to get their bill, to get their land back.
Order, Honorable de Villiers.
Point of order, Chairperson, can I put a question?
Two. Order.
It is in connection with procedures, Honorable Chairperson.
Order. You want to put a question to Mr. Kunda?
No, I want to put a question to you, Honorable Chairperson.
All right, put the
In connection
question.
with procedures.
Yes.
Honorable Gunda is a member of the ID and is not from the ANC and the delegation from the ANC. Is it correct, Chairperson? I'm not asking...
Order. All right, sit down, take a seat. I've heard you. Honorable Mnube.
No, Honorable Chairperson, listening is a skill. When he stood up, he said he's representing the Northern Cape, and you have asked the whip of the Northern Cape whether the mandate has been given or not, and he's speaking on behalf of the Northern Cape. Thank you.
All right, my ruling was that to all of you, if you listen carefully, I did ask the leader, the head of the delegation, whether has he given permission to Mr. Kunda to speak. Remember, this is a delegation from the Northern Cape, not necessarily an ID or ANC or what. It's one delegation in terms of the Constitution. So if the delegation head has given permission to any member of that delegation to speak on behalf of the province, that's fine. Continue, Mr. Kunda.
Chair, this bill seeks to address the imbalances of the past. This bill seeks to recognize the original people of this country, which has been used by people who want to vote for them. At the end of the day, these people are getting nothing. Let me say this, Chair. In my office right now, I've got 129 claims that has not been processed because of the fact that these issues are not being solved. And this bill seeks to solve this issue for the poor people, especially the people from the Northern Cape and the Khoi people in this country. It's very important that we must speak up for our people. We can't come and speak here on behalf of people who are using us. I'm not speaking on behalf of people who are using us. I'm speaking on behalf of my people. I've been elected in the Northern Cape by my people. I've been sent here to represent my people. And when a bill comes that represents my people, I will not shy away to speak the truth. I'll speak the truth concerning this bill. Chair, this bill is going to amend the 1913 Act. The 1913 Act, Chair, was actually meant to destroy us. If you look into it, it was meant to destroy the black and colored people and Khoisan people. And because, Chair, black people and Khoisan did not exist from 1913. They were here from the beginning. Hundreds of years before that act has been put into place. And today, people are benefiting from that act who were not here. And Chair, it's a shame for the people of South Africa to stand here and when something are going to be done for the people, you are against it. Let me just say this thing, and I hope the political parties are listening. When you are a member of parliament, when you have been elected and you become a member of parliament, you do not represent your jacket and your party here. You represent the people who elected you. You represent the people who elected you. And Chair, and sometimes Chair, you are afraid to speak your mind because certain things can happen to you. They will remove you. They will do this thing. It's not, Chair, you can only be a true leader if you stand up for the people. And even if there are corruption, that's not the reason why we are here. So in the Northern Cape, we support this bill full 100%. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that order, that concludes the declarations. Anybody? Have you been given the right to speak on behalf of Gauteng by the head of delegation? Okay, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to start by saying that Gauteng supports the bill, and also as a member of the committee, the DA has never indicated any objections. In the committee, while we were deliberating the bill, they kept quiet, and then today they come here and play to the gallery. We think that is totally unacceptable. Honorable Chair, Gauteng supports the bill because land is a basic human right issue. Land is freedom. Land is wealth. There is no way that the ruling party, which is the ANC, cannot put its attention and focus and make sure that land that was illegally, that was stolen from our people, it's taken back. And Honorable Chair, I think people should start appreciating the fact that we at least trying to put some order into that, because this is the land, it's a burning issue out there. We're not grabbing land, but we are saying that, which is an issue that the DA is objecting on. If you had listened to the members' declaration, he's worried about processes and systems that the land distribution, they are worried about the system that will be used. We are saying that they should not worry, we are in charge. We are going to make sure that we put systems in place and we are not going to grab land. They must just appreciate the fact that there's going to be order. And the government is going to control it. Because if we don't do that, then we leave it to opportunists to deal with that issue. So the government is in charge. The government is going to make sure that it equally distributes the land. The land that was stolen, that was taken unlawfully from our people. So they should be rest assured that we are in charge of this process. And we are also equally disappointed because here in this province, the land belongs to the foreigners. And the leadership is not saying anything about it. So we are also coming into this province as well to make sure that the landless, the rightful owners of the land, they're also going to benefit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Nzimande.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The province of KwaZulu-Natal supports the amendments Chair proposed. Chair, it is unarguable that this land we're talking about and the soil of South Africa is nourished by the blood of the heroes and the heroines of this land. And we're supporting it, Chair, because it's giving us, as the African National Congress in that province, leading that province, and I think Chair will lead, I think, until Jesus come. We're supporting it because, Chair, we will now be able to tackle poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. Because with no land, you can throw money and run it like a machine, but you will never succeed to fight poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. And hence, we are saying the blood of the heroes and the heroines that fought for this land must now rest, and their spirits must now rest in peace now that we are tackling the land issue head on to return it to the recognition of their struggle. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nyambi, have you been delegated by the head? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Let me from the onset indicate that as Mpumalanga we support the bill. We believe that it's going to address the challenges we are facing as a country. And we want to place it on record that what is being displayed here, it's when people just show that they enjoyed the comfort of presenting their opinion without the serious discomfort of thoughts. And I'll quote an entrepreneur who was an Afrikaner who captured it very correct, because when we talk about this issue of land, we want to address the issue of inequality. The reason why inequality matters was expressed by Dr. Anton Rupert. He was an Afrikaner in 1966, a South African citizen. He said it in Afrikaans. As your Birmani yetni, kan ye ni rasdag slapni. In English, if your neighbor does not eat, you cannot sleep peacefully. Close quote. I want to indicate three things about this issue of land to link it to inequality. Inequality undermines our safety and our stability, and that's what we're trying to address. Inequality undermines our growth and development, and the bill is trying to address that. Inequality undermines the society we would like to become, and that's what the bill is trying to address. Of course, we're in the election mode. We are seeing a display of the 3 Ds: dishonesty, desperation, and being dangerous. Avoid that. As in Mpumalanga, we fully support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mavija, your hand was up. You've delegated Makunyan. Honorable Makunyane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Limpopo fully supports this. We recognize the fact that dispossession did not start in 1913. It started long before. Right from 1652, when the first of the Dutch arrived here, that's when the process of dispossession started. So the earlier error that was committed when the cut-off date was set at 1913, we are trying at this stage to correct that, hence to take back the cut-off period to long before 1913. So, and then I believe that anyone who is reluctant to support this bill has some other interest, safeguarding the interest of people who have benefited from the dispossession itself. So at this stage, we are saying that we fully, as Limpopo, we fully support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Jacobs.
Thanks, Chair. As the Free State, we support the bill. And as I said yesterday, these bills are progressive. For the second time, I want to expose the DA for what they are. In fact, they have not experienced the pain, the sufferings, and the injustices that were meted to our people. That's why they will be against this bill. What we are trying to do here, we are trying to bring back that was taken away from our people. People were taken from where they stay and they were dumped in remote areas as a reservoir for labor. What they are saying, these people, they have land, they have mansions, they have minerals, and we have none. So what we are saying, mawuphindele kubanikazi bawo umhlaba. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mlenzane, have you been delegated? Yes. Okay.
Chairperson, dithunywa liphondo leMpuma Kapa okokuba eliphondo lixhasa ngokupheleleyo le bill. Kuba kaloku le bill ithetha ngomhlaba. Le bill izama ukuphendula isikhalo esidala sabantu bakuthi abamnyama ebebesoloko belila besithi umhlaba wethu wathathwa, umhlaba wethu woxuthwa. Kusithiwa thina sizwe esimnyama siyalila sikhalela izwe lethu elathathwa. Asixabananga ke nabo bantu bathe baloxutha umhlaba wethu. Kodwa kuzawuba nzima okokubana kwabona bamana ukuthi xa bekulendlu yowisomthetho bamane ukuveza amakhwiniba nokugqwidiza nokubambezela utshintsho. Olu tshintsho baphinde kwabona xa bephuma phaya beyokhankasa.
Order.
There's no translation in English and Afrikaans.
Translation.
Oh, akwaba bebendivendisa xa.
Translation, can you be awake, please? Can you use the English one, Mr. Villas, in the meantime? Please. Can you use the English one, Ms. Van Lingen? No English. Mr. Villas says there's no Afrikaans. Even English. Oh, okay. All right. Just a little bit. Are you there? Translation, are you there? I can't hear the people from translation. Afrikaans is on channel 1. It's there now. Continue, Mr. Mlenzane.
Bendisathi ke chairperson le bill ndifuna uqala kuloo ndawo kuba khange beve iphendula isililo isikhalo isijwili sabantu belizwe lethu loMzantsi Afrika bebesoloko belila besithi thina sizwe esimnyama siyakhala sikhalela izwe lethu elathathwa eloxuthwa sithi ke mhlali ngaphambili siyimpuma Kapa asisalwi nabo kuba bathi basihlukumeza kodwa ke ngoku nabo makamane bathi xa bengena kwezi zindlu zowiso mthetho bamana ukwenza izinto ezizawugqwediza zibambezele zitsalele emva inguqu efunwa ngabantu bakuthi abamnyama akwaba aba bantu bakuthi bamnyama bamana ukuqeshwa okokuba basetyenziswe loluhlanga luzincinci kodwa lufuna ukongamela abantu bakuthi kuba lufuna ukubacinezela lungathi ukusukela namhlanje luvezelwe kuba umqolo uphandle okokuba aba bantu ababathandi koko nje bafuna ukubasebenzisa sithi ke siliphondo leMpuma Kapa nalento yokumana abantu bephikisa kuba bengumbutho ophikisayo ode uphikise nento engafuni ukuphikiswa iyafuna into kokubana bazixilonge mhlawumbe umuntu ngomso uzawuphikisana nesiqu sakhe esi kube efuna ukuthi lo rhulumente usezintanjeni akasebenzi uyasebenza lo rhulumente inintsi indaba enhle esinokuphuma siyibalise ngoku bezama okokuba lo mthetho ungaphunyezwa nje bazama ukucima lembali inhle ibaliswayo kona ebunyanisweni uMzantsi Afrika awuyiyo lento wawuyiyo ukungena kwalo rhulumente noba bangathini awuzophinda umva siyaqhuba siyaphambili.
I'm sure everybody has made their declaration now. Can we go to voting? Okay. We shall now proceed to voting. On the question, heads of delegation will vote either in favor, against, or abstain. Let's check your machines quickly. I think you can use your electronic voting. Voting has commenced. Time for correct your voting if you voted wrongly. Voting closed. 8 provinces have voted in favor, 1 has abstained. Oh, I'm sorry, not abstained, but 1 has voted against. I'm sorry. Order. 8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of Rental Housing Amendment Bill, Bill 56D of 2013, and of report of Select Committee on Public Services thereon.
And now call upon Mr. Honorable Swande.
Chairperson, statement, Select Committee on Public Services on the processing of Rental Housing Amendment Bill, B56B 2013, National Assembly section, which is referred to National Assembly section 76, referred to it, reports that it has agreed to an amendment, Bill B56D 2013. This amendment bill brings important changes to the housing sector in South Africa. These changes put mechanism in place that will assist our people to live together in improved ways. The Minister is the policy leader of the Department of Human Settlement. She is not the policy leader of the Department of Housing. There is a major difference between human settlement and housing. When you provide human settlement to the people, you cover as many aspects as possible that are related to the needs of the people. You do not merely provide houses, but you also provide alternative housing such as rental accommodation. And when you provide rental accommodation as part of human settlement, you shall ensure that the relationship between the renter and the tenant is regulated as the best as possible. Because this is a caring government, with this bill, we amend the Rental Housing Act 1999 to define human settlement and to set out the rights and the obligation of tenants and renters across the provinces. And in municipalities, we further ensure that renting relationships are based on a written contract rather than on verbal agreements. Importantly, this bill states that it is no longer a choice, but rather a requirement for all 9 provincial MECs of the human settlement to establish rental housing tribunals. I think bayangizwa ngapha Western Cape. As part of being a caring government, the bill describes the powers of the limitation of the rental housing tribunals and provides for an appeal processes. As mentioned, we further make certain that local municipalities have rental housing information offices, that there are norms and standards set for instances where people really own rental housing. As a committee, we ensure that there was sufficient public participation and all permanent delegates participated in the processes in their provinces. During the negotiation mandate phase, this committee heard from 2 provincial legislatures, namely Limpopo and Western Cape, that they wanted to extend the public participation processes as we adhere to the relevant section of our constitution as well as the mandating procedures of Provinces Act of 2008. And we deeply believe in a democratic participation of all our citizens. We extended these processes. The committee, therefore, even met later during the day to wait till the last minute for the final mandate. That was on Tuesday. And indeed, these final mandates really arrived. Finally, as in the case of the Free State, who sent it at the last minute, Tuesday afternoon. Chair, even where provincial legislators were against the bill, we can report to this council that voices of those that were consulted are heard. Even in the cases where rural leaders, such as the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders in the Northern Cape, had concern about their participation in tribunals, we are satisfied that this bill and the Principal Act make provision for an improved rental housing sector. Chair, with these few words, the Select Committee on Public Services herewith state that it considered the bill and that it is facilitate public participation in 9 provinces. We also state that the final mandate from all the 9 provinces were sent from the provincial legislatures, and the total 8 conferred authority to its permanent delegates. 2, in our meeting, cast votes in favor of this bill, except Western Cape. Honorable Chair, allow me to thank the African National Congress, the National Minister of Human Settlement in absentia, DG and his staff, the legal fraternity, the Select Committee on Public Services and the staff, the leadership of the NCOP, not forgetting to mention people from the language services, as well as the staff committees, in contributing to making sure that this committee is vibrant. Kodwa-ke njengokujwayekile isifunda sase-Western Cape esiholwa yi-DA siqhubekile ngokwenza esidume ngako ukwenqaba ukuletha izinguquko kumkhakha wezindlu. Kwazise phela ukuthi umholi we-DA wakubeka obala ukuthi abantu abaqhamuka kwezinye izifunda bangama-refugees kusifunda sase-Western Cape. Izibongo zengwazi umfoka amadlukovu umbongeni ngema zikubeka obala uma zithi izingulube zidlala ngokhisi zifaka odakeni. Kwazise belu ukuthi sesinokhisi omusha obizwa ngokuthiwa izimphele. Uma bake bakukhisa ngawo sekuphelile ngawe. Uhulumeni oholwa yi-ANC uma ithi makube nezinye izinhlelo zokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngaphandle kwezihibe ukunqanda isigameko esifana nesenzo esavelela uMamaselo ukuze aboshwe iDA ithi abantu mabaqhubeke bahlalise emikhukhwini engenawo ngisho ugesi, amanzi, ngisho nezindlo zangasese imbala. iDA into eyaziyo kuphela ukulingisa noma ukukopa okwenziwa iANC, ngisho umjayivo kanye nezingoma. iDA ikhohliwe ukuthi zolo lokho imangaleli iANC ngengoma eyimvelaphi yethu. Kodwa namhlanje seyiyo equla leyo ngoma. Ingabe iDA iyazi na ukuthi lezi ngoma zaqanjwa ngubani, ziculwa uma kwenze njani noma zicula kwenza njani? iDA ifana nomfundisi othi uma eshumayela kupulpit agceke izangoma nezinyanga, kodwa uma ecula iculo lezangoma elithi abagulayo bayeza kusasa, bayeza. Baqinisile abadala uma bethi uma umuntu azovela impandla ubonakala ngokuvela izinhlonhla kuqala. Nayo ke iDA seyipolitically bankrupt. Ngizothanda nokwedlulisa lo mlayezo kusizwe sonke nakuwe ngane kaMamzobe baba Gedlehleyisa mfo kaNcamalala kuzo zonke izinhlelo nako wonke umuntu waseNingizimu Afrika. Abantu bonke ngezi 7 zika May kulonyaka bazoyivotela iANC kuyoze kubuye indodana. I thank you.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put a question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes if they so wish. Is there any province that wish to do so?
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Villiers?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The bill has some positive aspects, such as the requirement for MEC to establish rental housing tribunals. It extends the powers of the rental housing tribunals and provides for an appeal process. Furthermore, the bill requires all local municipalities to have rental housing information officers, provides for norms and standards related to rental housing. The primary purpose of the Rental Housing Amendment Bill is to ensure efficient, accessible and speedy dispute resolution and redress of rental disputes between landlords and tenants. But most importantly, it sets out rights and obligations of landlords and tenants to ensure a harmonious relationship between these role players with minimal government market interference. The DA recognizes the significance of rental housing as an important market in the provision of affordable housing opportunities. It is also one of the DA's housing policy offers that cater for the gap market, including middle-income earners and students. In addition, the bill is compatible with the DA's R2D2 concepts: redress, speedy, affordable, accessible conflict resolution, reconciliation, harmonious relationship between landlord and tenant. The diversity tribunal must be representative and delivery access to services through tribunals, opportunity to appeal, and the establishment of rental housing information officers. The bill is a significant step in addressing flaws within the rental housing market. It will stimulate the rental property market and also alleviate the abusive and toxic practices in rental stock. However, a major concern is the rushing of this bill through Parliament. Because this bill has been rushed through Parliament, legislative requirements such as the financial implications of the bill have not been satisfied. This bill creates a multitude of rights and obligations both in the public and private spheres. However, due to the fast tracking of this bill, insufficient time has been given to facilitate public involvement as per required. According to Section 72 of the Constitution of the Republic, the National Council of Provinces must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Council and its committees. The The way this bill was handled in the NCUP shows disrespect for parliamentary processes. Prior to voting, bills must be thoroughly discussed. Proper consultation with role players is also critical as per our constitution.
Order, honorable member, your speaking time has expired.
Can I just come, the last one, Chairperson?
Yeah, finish
Yes.
up that last sentence.
The time was too short, therefore we oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Minister of Rural and Land Development, thank you for your presence in the House. Deputy Minister for Cocta, thank you very much for your presence in the House. And thanks for supporting us. Thank you very much. I see Honorable Jacobs, then I see Honorable Matila. I am sure Honorable Matila, you've been given permission to speak on behalf of Gauteng. Then I'll come to Mr. Nzimande, then Limpopo, then Mpumalanga, then Northern Cape. In that order.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, let me quote what Honorable Andrew Mlangeni said in his last failed speech. He said opposition parties should not just be opposition party for the sake of opposing. Because what is happening here now, DA is just opposing everything that comes here. And when a briefing was made, they were all enthusiastic that this is a progressive piece of legislation. We are just surprised when they are opposing this. Because even in his inputs, they are also stating that it is going to address some of the issues that are there in the market. But for the sake of opposing, they are opposing. But I think what we are trying to do here, we are trying to address the imbalances of the past. So they will also tell us that they don't see those imbalances because they have always benefited. And they still want to continue benefiting. As a result of that, as a Free State, and also as the whip of that committee, we fully support this piece of legislation because it is progressive.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobs. Honorable Matila.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first point I wanted to raise, Chair, I'm terribly disappointed by my colored colleagues who represent the past white interest and the business interest in this particular house and mislead the colored community in the Western Cape for that particular situation.
Honorable, with order, Honorable Matila.
Chair, on a point of order, I'm now getting tired of this racial slurring. I don't think it is necessary at all to refer to coloureds and or any others. Thank you, Chair. And I want the gentleman to retract any statements to that effect. We had it yesterday.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that. Just speak in your microphone, Mr. Worth.
Chairperson, I'm tired of this racial connotations of coloureds and slurring that's going on in this House. I want that gentleman to withdraw that remark to any people of colour and to address the issue. Thank you, Chair.
I'll just be advised on that. I don't know in which context has he raised it. Just finish up your speech. I'll check.
No, Chair, you see, the point I'm raising is the truth hurts. That is the truth.
Don't repeat what you said. Continue with your speech.
No, I'm just indicating, Chair.
Yes.
The reality of the matter is, if you come to the Western Cape, the colored community had the same problems with like any black community. They did not benefit anything. No? But our colored colleagues are protecting that white interest. That is the reality and that is the truth. As Gauteng, we say we support this particular bill in the interest of the colored community of the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the explanation, the way I heard the member, Mr. Worth, he was not actually referring to that as racism, but explaining the demographics of the country. I think that's a connotation in which Mr. Matila has been speaking to. Honorable Nzimande, KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. The apartheid system has always used control, influx control, pushing people away, despite the fact that, as we were arguing earlier on, they have no land, they had to be squashed in homelands. Now, Chair, what this rental housing is trying to do is to control this bad interest of the private sector, which has harshly dealt with the migrant laborers at work. It has affected the working class of our people, and therefore, as KwaZulu-Natal, we're supporting the rental housing because now it clarifies the obligations and it forces accountability, Chair, in terms of the rental housing. And even these rental housing, the practice we've had, Chair, is that even in those rental housing, they were badly run, Chair, to an extent where the poor people, if they were in dispute with these powerful landlords, they had no say when the judgment is taken. We really recognize and thankful that now there's even an appeal system which will assist the poor people, the working class that are the users in the main of this service. We support the bill unconditionally, Chair.
Mama Vicha.
Ndikolivuwa mchimbidza mshumo. Nendiadi kukumusa. Nga mandate wendapiwa nga Limpopo legislature wa uri ndisupporte hei bill ya rental housing. Nditochua pezi ndichua na kachikati cha namusi. Huna vatu vane abahumbuleli the poor of the poorest. Vane vangwe abana madzulo mara vato renta musi vachitodo shuma. And the hey rental housing bill ndiya ita uri zwithu zwileluwe. Ndichipa example somewhere in Limpopo huna landowners vane musi the previously advantaged person achitoda apartment achitoswika, they will say the last apartment was taken just this morning. Mara the previously advantaged person achida well come let us can see atuwa aya apiwa vudzulo zvino hey rental housing bill iko tuseza zvithu zvinotonga sazvezvile. It's a pity rina zi elements za zi human persons zine understanding yaone itonga is below understanding democracy. Nduri rine rikoita development nga democracy richikokanda accelerator vone vavea ka reverse gulu yahone vakotodo rihumisela ka 1652 ya Jan van Riebeeck. And it's a pity zvingasichakonedzeya because God is for us all. And this is our time to live a better life. Not to form a party to protect our own properties, not caring about the poor people. Ndolivuwa ngamanda tinyagwamba ndichiyapanda ngori vangado fainta va collapse henepa ava vathu. Muwe odzula muwe o introduce wa mulova hafhanoni ndi the previously disadvantaged person. Ndikomubona odzula oita so. He's shocked. I should think he must think twice and quit it. Thank you.
Honorable Mashile.
Thank you, Chairperson. As Mpumalanga, we really realized, Chair, that the apartheid ideology has seriously damaged the thinking of the Western Cape delegation beyond repair. Chairperson, we are a country in transition. And for the country to move forward, the government of the day, led by the African National Congress, has to intervene where systems of governance are not going as expected. The Western Cape seeks to indicate to us that the tribunal must operate completely out of intervention of the national government, and that can't happen because we have to make sure that we reach and achieve national interest. And therefore, Chair, as Mpumalanga, I want to indicate that we fully support this bill because our people out there, they need delivery. I thank you.
Honorable Tao, and you have been mandated, eh?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair. You know, I think I pity the delegation, the head of delegation from the Western Cape, and in so doing, on behalf of the Northern Cape, I think we'll just be short, because if you look at the content of that declaration of the Western Cape, is in actual fact in support of the bill, but unfortunately, the delegation head has been given an instruction to go and reject or oppose the bill with no basis. I mean, there's nothing that he had said that really satisfies me to say the Western Cape has got a problem with the bill. But is this oppositionist attitude, rejectionist attitude that the Western Cape and the DA has adopted? And that in itself, it is very much unfortunate because it destroys the poor honorable members, because now they don't know how to behave in front of us because they agree with this, but they've got this particular mandate. And I want to appeal with them to say that, fine, they have executed the mandate, but deep down, let them just support what the ANC is doing. Because what the ANC is trying to do and the bill is doing is exactly to serve the interests of the people that he raised in his declaration, if I listen to him very, very, very well, Chairperson. And therefore, on behalf of the Northern Cape, as a former colonial province to the Western Cape under the apartheid, I think my brothers who are really in trouble, and we need to help to ensure that this rejectionist, oppositionist attitude does not really cripple them to a point where they can't even reason anymore. They can't even see the difference between objectivity and subjectivity, you know, on matters that affect our people as a country. It is important that we really need to help them, Chair. Because what comes out of this, it is quite clear that the Western Cape did not even hold public hearings. They did not even meet with the communities. Because serving in that committee, the reports that we received, all other provinces had extensive public hearings on this particular bill. And if you look at why they are rejecting the bill, is because of they feel that there was no maximum participation. But where? In the Western Cape, not in other provinces. So therefore, it's a pity, man. I don't know really what to say. But words of comfort, I pity really the guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the declaration of votes. We shall now proceed to the voting. Heads of delegation, voting began. Correct your voting if you voted wrongly. Voting closed. I'll get the results from the staff. Northwest, have you voted?
Yes.
8 provinces voted in favor, 1 voted against. 8 provinces voted in favor, 1 against. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Conservation of Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill, Bill 15B of 2013, and of report of Select Committee on Economic Development thereon.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Minister Nel, Minister Nkrintwe, MEC Kaia from Gauteng, Honorable Members, comrades, friends. Chairperson, when the MPRDA came into existence in 2002, it was and has remained the central piece in legislation governing South Africa's mining and petroleum sectors. The 2008 amendments to the Principal Act enhanced this. Last year, further amendments were tabled by the Minister, all of which seeks to take South Africa forward and mining and petroleum sector to its next logical and higher stage of development. Chairperson, this defining legislation carries with it our mining charter, the document that through our social and economic responsibilities outline the obligations and responsibilities of stakeholders who have been granted rights to participate in these crucial sectors. As is the case in any country that is endowed with mineral resources and petroleum manufacturing sector, the vested interests are understandably high. It is therefore of no surprise that we have had such vibrant discussions, both during the public hearings in the provinces and in the processing of the amendment bill. The critical question we have to ask ourselves today: whose interest needs to be served by this amendment bill? The amendment bill covers economic, social, and environmental responsibilities and has sought to create, a balance between expectations, government, developmental priorities, the workers' needs, community and environmental responsibilities. The intention of the amendment bill is to strengthen the architecture of the mining and petroleum sectors and align it to the needs of the developmental state, and in this regard, the National Development Plan. Chairperson, simultaneously, the amendment bill seeks to improve security of tenure whilst continuing to create a climate that would enhance investor interest whilst ensuring social responsibility and balances the risk and the expectations of interested stakeholders. A streamlining and better integration of mining, environmental and water authorization processing is what this amendment bill speaks to. Security of tenure will of necessity form an integral part of the regulatory framework. Chairperson, it is important to understand what has influenced the orientation of this amendment bill. Otherwise, an incorrect understanding of the intention of the amendment bill will be reached. ANC policy on mineral resources and the petroleum sector has its roots in the Freedom Charter of 1955, the ready-to-government ANC policy document of 1992, a policy document that was preparing for the first democratic government, the Reconstruction and Development Program of 1994-95, the 52nd National Conference of the ANC in Polokwane in 2007, the National General Council of 2010, and the subsequent ANC policy documents on state interventions in the mineral sector, and the 53rd National Conference resolutions of the ANC of Mangaung in 2012. Chairperson, the reason why I'm mentioning this is that to show the DA that nothing falls out of the sky, careful work and planning by the African National Congress are being done right through the years. Chairperson, in this context, these central policy documents locate the nation's mineral assets as a resource to improve the lives of our people as a whole. That others may benefit in this process is secondary. Primary is the quality of the lives of our people, where they live and their ability to economically have a decent quality of life. If this is not understood, then the amendment bill will not be understood. In this context, we are further implementing the Freedom Charter, which states that, and I quote, "The national wealth of our country, the heritage of South Africa, shall be restored to the people. The mineral wealth beneath the soil shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole." Close quote. This was done in 2002, already under the MPRDA. All privately owned mineral resources were transferred to the state. However, in the subsequent years, concessioning via mining rights did not ensure that their developmental impact was maximized. Therefore, at the ANC's 52nd National Conference in Polokwane, it was resolved that, open quote, the development state should maintain its strategic role in shaping the key sectors of the economy, including the mineral and strategy and the national transport and logistics system, and must ensure that our national resource endowments, including land, water, minerals, and marine resources, are exploited to effectively maximize the growth, development, and employment potential embedded in such national assets, and not purely for profit, close quote. This statement must be evaluated against the strategic goal of placing the economy on a new job-creating and a more equitable path. The 53rd National Conference of the ANC at Mangaung in 2012 took this to a higher stage when it resolved that, open quote, that state intervention with a focus on beneficiation for industrialization is urgently required. Instruments are required to support beneficiation and competitive pricing of these strategic minerals, close quote. In this regard, the amendment responds to this policy directive by stating that beneficiating in relation to any mineral resources means the following: the final stage, which is the action of producing properly processed, cut, polished, or manufactured products or articles from minerals accepted in the industry and trade as fully and finally processed or manufactured and value-added products of articles. Transformation, value addition, or downstream beneficiation of products over baseline to be determined by the minister, which can either be consumed locally or exported. Further, Section 2 of the Amendment Bill states, promote economic growth and mineral petroleum resources development of downstream beneficiation industries through provision of feedstock development of mining and petroleum input industries. Exploitation of minerals must optimize the developmental impact, especially job creation across the economy. Beneficiation and transformation in the mining sector should be linked because there can't be transformation without beneficiation. The ANC state intervention in the mineral sector outlines how best to leverage South Africa's mineral wealth to grow the economy and create more jobs. Chairperson, on free carried interest, an aspect that has raised much debate, let us remember that this is an international practice and we are following best practice and experience in other countries when dealing with the amount of free carried interest that the state should be entitled to, namely 20% free carried interest in all new exploration and production rights of oil and gas through a designated organ of state. This is portion of production that goes directly to the state as a form of tax for the initial exploration, participation in exploration and production of oil and gas for which it will pay a market-related price. We are certain that we are providing certainty in both industries through this amendment bill. The ANC had made it clear at its 53rd National Conference on how it will work with business to build the economy. This means we are open for discussion, but that carries with it the responsibility to accept that views may differ while respecting individual views. Select Committee on Economic Development, having considered the subject of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Amendment Bill, reports without amendments for consideration and adoption by the Council. But Chair, let me just end by saying the DA and the Western Cape has decided not to participate at all, not at all, into this bill. Other provinces have found the time to have decent public hearings, to have hold the hearings. Delegates were able to brief them, but the Western Cape has decided not to do it. They came with a whole range of excuses, which was irrelevant, Chairperson, because they spent 10.3 billion on consultants, and those consultants gave them the wrong advice not to participate in taking South Africa forward. So, Chair, this is a clear sign that the Democratic Alliance government-led, if the Western Cape has got no interest whatsoever to protect the right and of the poor and the vulnerable of South Africa, but only the African National Congress. Chair, let me end off by thanking yourself as chairperson of the council for allowing us the space and time to conclude bills and to do our work as set out by the Constitution and by the electorate. Thank you for your leadership over the past 5 years, although we've come on 11 years in this NCOP, and you have always been a great leader, to you and the Deputy Chair. To the committee, to everyone, Chair, to the staff, the table staff, thank you very much for all the hard work. I thank you. We support the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I shall now put a question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote, if they so wish. Any province that wish to do so?
Yes, Chairperson, yes.
Honorable de Villiers.
No, I'm the whip. I must do what I've asked for. Yes, the DA believes that the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act Amendment Bill will damage the mining and energy industries in our country and ultimately result in job losses. In its current form, the bill provides no certainty regarding South Africa's current mining law. This bill contains more than 30 instances where key rules will be decided by regulation rather than legislation. And these regulations will be decided on by the Minister of Mineral Resources. This means that regulations can be changed rapidly and at the whim of the Minister. This provides no certainty for investors. It also leaves the door wide open to potential corrupt activities. This bill also gives the Minister power to block exports of mineral products. It furthermore gives the government power to nationalize at fire sale prices any drilling operation that finds oil or gas. In addition, drilling companies can be forced, after they have given away 20% free carried interest, to give away the other 80% at price that is at the government's discretion. This is expropriation and could most likely be challenged in the Constitutional Court. It also has to be noted that this controversial bill has been bulldozed through the NCOP. The passing of a bill in a mere 12 days is irregular and shows a disregard for the constitutional role of the NCOP. 12 days is hardly a sufficient time period for the public participation process in terms of the NCOP mandate. This controversial bill, if signed into legislation, will negatively impact the mining sector because it provides no certainty for investors and potential investors. Our economy will be adversely affected. The result of this will be even higher unemployment rates. The DA is committed to job creation and therefore cannot vote in favor of this bill. I thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
The following provinces who want to make declaration: Gauteng, Free State, KZN, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and the Northwest. Limpopo as well. Kick off, Mr. Matila. You are the first.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we stand as Gauteng to support the bill. What the bill states to do is to ensure that environmental rehabilitation takes place, and also to ensure that mining in a number of places where it takes place, monitoring of environment will take place. Not to mention, Chairperson, that there are previous mining houses in the past which did not even pay social responsibilities to areas which they have left desolate. Not to mention the Anglo-American Mining Company, the De Beer Mining Company, and the Premier Mining Company. These are some of the housing companies which have mined across South Africa, but have never ever made any social responsibility programs available to the disadvantaged. We had, in the last few months, had one of the mining magnates from the African communities, namely Mr. Motsepe, who has made billions available for programs in the African communities. He's actually supporting schools, supporting NGOs that take care of the disadvantaged, most in particular women and children and those who are disadvantaged. We welcome the contribution of those mining magnates who have got consciences. But for now, we are quite aware of the fact that most of the whites who are actually harboring loads of resources and owning mining and land are not prepared to come forward and make a share in making sure that South Africa moves forward. I thank you.
Honorable Mnguni.
Thank you, Chairperson. What this bill does, it makes sure that we don't continue as Africa, as South Africa, to continue exporting our raw minerals to European countries. Currently, there's a program that is driven by Europe of Mineral Resource Initiative that makes sure that in future Europe has got a security of supply of minerals, though it has not got some minerals that we don't have in Africa. Therefore, this bill makes sure that we as South Africans, we as Africa, we also have a source of a security of supply of minerals that we deem as strategic to our economic development. It therefore makes sure that there is economic development in the country by making sure that there is beneficiation, not that you always export our raw minerals to outside countries. It is therefore a myth that the Western Cape, that is led by the DA, that this bill is going to put away investors or dissuade investors or have a negative impact on the bill. On the other hand, make sure that there is streamlining so that when you apply for a license, for a mining license, you also get a license for water usage, because at the moment there has been two separate departments. This bill makes sure that when you apply for a mining license, you get also a water license to make it, so that you can properly mine that area. It therefore makes sure that all those mining companies that have been mentioned by Honorable Motsitsi, make sure that when after mining, they also rehabilitate the land on which they have mined. Previously, those mines have left us with land that cannot be used today. We've got what is called the acidic water in Gauteng. Those mines that are today polluting our water system in Gauteng especially, it's because of this bill, the kind of type of this bill. It was not there. The previous regime didn't have any means of making sure that those mines, they account after they mine, then they rehabilitate the land. Now, this bill makes sure that even before the mine starts, they already plan to make sure that there is going to be rehabilitation of that land that were not negatively impacted by the mining activity. We therefore, as the Free State, fully support this bill to make sure that we also have got a secure supply of minerals for our future children, for our future generations. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable
thank you.
Makosh. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kamete first. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. KwaZulu-Natal supports the bill. As KwaZulu-Natal and as ANC, we are shocked that in the Western Cape, the DA does not consult people and communities. They just decide for them. This was also proved in their lists for provincial legislatures and parliament. Individuals had to apply and supply CVs, and say what they will do to entrench the policies of the DA which are racist. Then these people are not chosen by the people and branches, just like any other party, like the ANC. We also appreciate that the DA today knows that there is a constitutional court, which it mentions that it might end up going there. But they forget to tell us that this constitutional court was not there prior to 1994. It was brought by the ANC. This bill protects communities and guarantees participation of the HDIs. KwaZulu-Natal supports this bill with a big smile. Thank you.
Thank you, Limpopo.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. O no lebella fela ka mogare ga ntlo gore maloko a mangwe a DA ba tšhabile go ba gona ka mogare ga ntlo today ka baka la gore ba lemogile gore baetapele ba bona a ba re išega maleba. Ye nngwe gape go e lebelela wa kwa gore ba pretenda gore ba kile ba supporta moetapele wa rena wa fitileng Nelson Mandela, ba kile ba supporta Thabo Mbeki, ba kile ba supporta le Kgalema Motlanthe, mara wa bona gore tše ka moka ga tšona a se nnete ke baka. Ke dumela re ngwaneso wa Gauteng o rometše ke morena gore a ta kwa gore na be ba lo tšhabile eng ka mogare ga DA. Yane se se ra gore le yena ga a fitlha Gauteng o yo go gola batho ba le ka moka ba botša nnete a boya le bona ka mo go ANC ka lebaka la gore ANC e lwela batho. Rena re tšwa mafelong a e le gore go na le dimaene go lebelela Sekhukhune area wa kgona go bona gore batho ba sokola and bjale bill e re a re bušetšeng batho ba borena mo ba swanetšeng go ba gona ba šome ba dule go botse ka gore ya le Limpopo e a ithekga bill ene ke sa bušeletša ngwaneso ke re o rometše ke morena boela morago o dietša nnete o boye gae go ANC le batho ba bue re a leboga.
Honorable Swande.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, impumalanga yayisekela le bill, but ngizokuthi nje amaxabantshintshi ukhumbuza abalingani bethu. Impumalanga le bill lena njengoba sebashila abalingani bami eGauteng nabanye ukuthi le bill inhloso yayo ukwenza i-rehab kumhlaba lo wesikuwo. Uma ungaya umzekelo, uma ungaya kukhona umgwaqo osuke eVonderfontein oya eGroblersdal lapha uboka izimine bezenzani. Umhlaba the way ungakhona, amatshe the way ageduke ngakhona. Bese uyabuya futhi uye eWheatbank ikhona indawo kuthiwa kusesibhobozweni. Uyikangixaka uma athi le bill lena izolimaza izimayini. Isilimaza kanjani umhlaba vele ulimele? Le bill intention yayo ukulungisa la balimaze khona. Bese uyabuya futhi nanka ama illegal mines la kwenziwa khona imine ngokungemthetho. Ngoba le bill la ikhona siyathemba ukuthi ne rehab programs zizoqala kulungisa lezo zindawo. Ne contamination of water. Sinechibe elikhulu eMpumalanga bathi Lake Race maybe akalazi yena. Ilake Race amanzi wakhona sekunenkinga. Siyakhumbula nenkinga esike saba nayo eCarolina when during the process taking parliament to the people eCarolina la bantu bakhala khona contamination of water. Ngazo zona lezi mayini. Into mina engiyibonayo le ingako iDA ikhuluma kangaka iphikisa le bill ngoba izimine eziningi azikho eWestern Cape zigcwele kwamanye ama province kodwa into engifuna bakhumbusa yona iSouth Africa is a unitary country, is a unitary state. I see state ukuthi nina ngazi ukuthi sekwenye island iWestern Cape was never being a certain island. So le bill intention yakhona ukulungisela zonke le ndawo esibuya kuzo ukuze singabi nalenkinga esiba nayo. Ngaloko ke iBill iANC yayisupporta le bill kaningi kabili kathathu kanjalo njalo futhi kuyoze kevala.
Honorable Sinclair, have you been delegated?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson, I've been delegated by the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Cape, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was born in the Northern Cape, and in all probability, I will be buried there. I've seen poverty, I've seen hardship, and I see also the prospect for prosperity. At the heart of this piece of legislation, which is very, very important to the Northern Cape, is the issue about how do you share the wealth of the country. Many of the colleagues elaborated on the fact of easier applications, the issue about mining applications, the issue about beneficiation, how that's going to be achieved. But Chairperson, the government has got an obligation to intervene to make sure that the wealth of the country are shared by all who live in it. And that is the important point of this piece of legislation. Now, underlining this, Chairperson, there's deep political, philosophical differences. It's got to do with a love for the country vis-à-vis an international liberal approach. Some people call it an open opportunity society. An open opportunity society stands for the right of the individual vis-à-vis the right of the group. And that is what this piece of legislation wants to address. And I hear some of the colleagues is now, from the DA is now busy with political grandstanding. And what amazes me is that for 4.5 years they were very quiet here. They agreed on everything. And now 6 months before the election, somebody in higher echelons is probing them to say go and oppose. And that's what they're busy doing. But Chairperson, the government can't leave this wealth of the country untouched and continue that the mineral resources and the iron ore of Sishen go to China, or that the iron ore or the manganese go to Japan. It can't continue. And that's why we plead as Northern Cape and the Northern Cape delegation, let's not leave 5 empty holes like what happened in Kimberley. Let's take that mineral wealth, beneficiate it, and let the people of the province also share in the wealth of the country. So in terms of that, Chairperson, the Northern Cape supports this bill.
Was your hand up, Mam Kekese?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's your time.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as the Northwest, we support the bill. Yesterday, Chairperson, I said to the honorable members that NCOP members are committed under your leadership to take South Africa forward. If the honorable member here, my colleague, has failed to brief his constituency, none of our business as ANC. Chairperson, I am from the Platinum Province. Our province has reduced poverty in some of the provinces because we have employed other people from other provinces. So, Chair, we support this bill because it's going to reduce the unemployment, it's going to reduce poverty, it's going to boost our economy because we'll get investors. Chair, if I had wings, I would fly to my province and to say to the people of the Northwest, in particular women, that ANC has opened the doors. The doors are open for women to can apply for a license of mining. Stand up, women, and be miners of tomorrow. Apply for the licenses. I support the bill from the Northwest. Sure.
Honorable members, that concludes the declaration of votes. We shall now proceed to voting. I just want to remind you, you are very slow today. I can foresee that we're not going to take lunch. We're proceeding until you finish the order paper, which might go until 3 o'clock. Yes, it's going to be like that. We shall now proceed to voting. Delegation heads. Mr. Kamete, your hand is up. What's a... Oh, it's for voting, all right. Your machine is not working. Oh, it's working from there. Yes, KZN? You support? Okay. The rest of their machines are fine. Correct your vote if you voted wrongly. Voting is closed. Staff will give me the results.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson. Chair, did they already put through the numbers there? I made a mistake.
Yes, you want to correct something, Mr. Villas? Yeah.
I did it correctly now.
Well, I've got 8 voting in favor, 1 against. The results are that 8. Yes, Mr. Anto. Oh, okay. So it will be 7. That would be the correct results. 7 voted in favor, 1 against, Eastern Cape abstain. Yes. Western Cape against, 7 provinces in favor, and Eastern Cape abstain. Therefore, I declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 8th order of the day. The 4th order, I'm sorry. The 4th order of the day.
Consideration of National Environmental Management Laws 3rd Amendment Bill, B26B of 2013, and of Report of Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs thereon.
I will call the Honorable Makuyane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, I'm given this opportunity to share with you some of the deliberations of the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs had on the National Environmental Management Laws 3rd Amendment Bill, B26B of 2013, that was introduced by the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs to Parliament. The National Environmental Management Act is the environmental framework legislation that provides for environmental management in South Africa. The environmental aspects of mining activities were previously excluded from the scope of NEMA, that is the National Environmental Management Act, and were regulated in terms of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act of 2002. Activities relating to mining were, however, identified as requiring environmental authorization under NEMA. As both laws have their own processes and information requirements, this situation leads to duplication, lack of integration, and confusion in the mining sector, as well as long delays and lead times for authorizations. In order to operationalize the agreement that was reached by the Departments of Water and Environmental Affairs and Mineral Resources, amendments were made to both acts in 2008 and passed by Parliament. The National Environmental Management Amendment Act 2008 was brought into effect on May the 1st, 2009. The provisions in the National Environmental Management Act, Amendment Act 2008, as far as they relate to mining, will, in terms of Section 14 of the Act, only come into force 18 months after the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Act came into operation. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act entered into force on the 7th of June 2013. So in 2013, a new agreement being reached between the departments, which overturns Parliament's 2008 solution, but introduces new ways of dealing with the mining matters. The new agreement is entitled One Environmental System for the country with respect to mining. The agreement has the following outcomes. 1, all environment-related aspects would be regulated through one environmental system under the environmental legislation, that is National Environment Management, that is National Water, Air Quality and Waste Acts, and that all environmental provisions would be repealed from the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act. The Minister responsible for water and environment sets the environmental regulatory framework and norms and standards, and Minister responsible for mineral resources will implement the provisions of the environmental acts and the subordinate legislation as far as it relates to mining activities. The minister responsible for mineral resources will issue environmental authorizations for mining activities in terms of the Principal Act, that is NEMA, and that the minister responsible for environment affairs will be the appeal authority for these authorizations. The minister responsible for environment, the minister responsible for mineral resources, and the minister responsible for water agreed on fixed time frames for the consideration and issuing of environmental authorizations in their respective legislation, and also agreed to synchronize time frames. The overall intention for the amendment is to give effect to the one environmental system and to integrate the authorization process. So the National Environment Management Law's Third Amendment Bill, B26B of 2013, was referred to the committee on February 27th, 2014, and the Department of Environment Affairs briefed the committee on the 28th February. The process that the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs follows for processing this Section 76 legislation included referring the bill to the provinces for public hearings and then receiving negotiating mandates and final mandates and successfully concluding deliberations on the bill. The House should note that the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal did not submit mandates as the legislatures were sitting at the time of the committee's deliberations. The 7 other provinces, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Northern Cape, and Western Cape, supported the bill. The Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the National Environment Management Law's Third Amendment Bill, referred to it and classified by the joint taking mechanism as a Section 76B, agrees to the bill. I thank you.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. Question is that the bill be agreed to in accordance with Rule 71. I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga,
In favor?
Northern Cape,
Voted, Chair.
Northwest,
Voted in favor, Madam Chair.
Western Cape.
Voted, Chairperson.
Thank you. The voting will now close. Eight have voted in favor and 1 against. I don't know. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the 5th order of the day. Consideration of National Environmental Management Waste Amendment Bill, B32B 2013, and of report of Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs thereon. I'll now call upon Honorable Mohoro.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. National Environmental Management Waste Amendment Bill, B32B of 2013. Greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP in absentia and the Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip, also in absentia, the ministers and deputy ministers that are here, the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs, and honorable members of this distinguished House. This afternoon, I am given the opportunity to share with you some of the deliberation that the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs had on the National Environmental Management Waste Amendment Bill B32B of 2013, National Assembly, Section 76. That was introduced by the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs to Parliament. The main objective of the National Environmental Management Waste Act 28, Act number 59 of 2008 is to reform the law regulating waste management in order to protect health and the environment by providing reasonable measures for the prevention of pollution and ecological degradation and for securing ecologically sustainable development. The purpose of this amendment bill is to amend the National Environmental Management Waste Act in order to substitute and delete certain definition, to exclude the department from the spheres of government that are required to compile integrated waste management plans, to require the MEC responsible for waste management to act in concurrence with the minister when requesting certain persons to compile and submit industry waste management plan, to provide for the exclusion of the provincial department responsible for waste management from the requirement to compile an industry waste management plan, to establish the Waste Management Bureau, to provide for the object, function, funding, financial management, reporting, and auditing, immovable property of the Waste Management Bureau, to provide for the employees of the Waste Management Bureau, to provide for the appointment and function of the Chief Executive Officer of the Waste Management Bureau, to provide for the determination of policy and the minister's oversight in relation to Waste Management Bureau, to prescribe certain matters in relation to the Waste Management Bureau, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The National Environment Management Waste Management Bill B32B of 2013 was referred to the committee on the 27th February 2014, and the Department of Environmental Affairs briefed the committee on 28 February 2014. The process that Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs followed for processing this Section 76 legislation include referring the bill to the provinces for public hearing and then receiving the negotiating mandate, and final mandate and successfully concluding deliberation of the bill. The House should note that Western Cape and Northwest provinces did not support the bill, and KwaZulu-Natal and Free State did not submit mandate as the legislatures were sitting on the time of the committee's deliberation. The 5 other provinces, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, supported the bill. The Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the National Environmental Management Waste Management Bill B32B of 2013, National Assembly Section 76, referred to it and classified by the JTMS Section 76 bill. Agree with the bill. Chair, thank you.
That concludes the debate. Shall now put the question that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow the provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. I shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape,
Voted. Chair.
Northwest,
Wouldn't Madam Chair in favor?
Western Cape,
Voted, Chairperson.
Eight provinces have voted in favor and 1 against. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 6th order of the day.
Consideration of National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill, B28B of 2013, and of report of Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs thereon.
I'll now call upon Honorable Makunyane.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Ministers, I'm given this opportunity to share with you some of the deliberations of the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs had on the National Environment Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill, B28B of 2013. This is a Section 75 bill that was introduced by the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs to Parliament. The National Environment Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill 2013 seeks to amend the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act of 2003, Act 57 of 2003. The Act is a specific environmental management act within the framework of the National Environment Management Act, specifically regulating protected areas in South Africa. The amendment bill focuses on the incorporation of marine protected areas into National Environmental Management Act protected areas regime. The marine protected areas are currently regulated under the Marine Living Resources Act, with the exception of certain provisions which are regulated in terms of the Protected Areas Act. Fisheries and marine environmental management were previously administered by one department, and then the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism. In 2009, via a presidential proclamation, the fisheries function was transferred from the Minister responsible for Environmental Affairs to the Minister responsible for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. It was therefore necessary to provide for legislation to give proper effect to the restructuring of the two departments and ministries for effective management of the natural resources of our country. The National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill, B28B of 2013, was referred to the committee on the 4th of March 2014, and the Department of Environmental Affairs briefed the committee on the 11th March 2014. The Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act Amendment Bill, referred to it and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, agreed to the bill without amendments. I thank you.
That concludes the debate. Shall now put the question. Questions that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 63, I shall first allow political parties to make their declaration of vote, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Members will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Chani will take over. Oh, okay, fine. Voting is closed. No, it's fine. Chani's there. Could the table staff give me the results? Nine provinces have voted in favor. 8. Enough? All members have voted in favor. Play still, you. Play still. No, play still. I've corrected it. Honorable De Villiers, I won't fight you. You won't win.
Excuse me, Chairperson.
You won't win.
What?
You won't win.
What? Can you worry?
I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the 7th order. No. Yeah, the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of Property Valuation Bill B54B of 2013 and of Report of Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs thereon.
I'll now call upon Honorable Gregana.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. The Property Valuation Bill B54B 2013 National Assembly Section 75. The land debate in South Africa has been a fundamental cause in our fight against apartheid and for a democratic and free South Africa. But after 20 years of freedom, the majority of South Africans still have not experienced the opportunity to rejoice in the land of the forebears. Our ANC government has since coming into power, has prioritized the land reform and has drafted various pieces of legislation to facilitate the transformation of land ownership. However, a critical issue in land reform is that of escalating land prices. Escalating land prices have contributed significantly to the slow pace of land redistribution. This has in turn raised questions about the efficacy of the entire market-based land reform process and the government's ability to participate therein without influencing the market and thus the land prices. The bill therefore seeks to address these challenges by proposing the Office of the Evaluator General to facilitate the evaluation of property for land reform purposes. The bill provides for the establishment establishment functions and powers of the Office of the Valuer General, which will provide a compulsory valuation service in respect of the property that has been identified for land reform, as well as a voluntary valuation service to departments for the acquisition or disposal of property. The Office of the Valuer General will also provide a regulatory service which will entail the setting of criteria and procedure for valuation, as well as the monitoring of valuation to ensure compliance. The important issue to highlight is that the bill seeks to implement Section 25 of the Constitution, specifically taking into account the ability to expropriate property for land reform purposes. The Property Valuation Bill B54B 2013 was referred to the committee on the 12th March 2014, and the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform briefed the committee on the 18th March 2014. The Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs, having deliberated and considered the subject of the Property Valuation Bill B54B 2013 National Assembly Section 75, referred to it and classified by the JTM as Section 75 Bill, agrees to the bill with it, without amendments. Deputy Chairperson, ndicinga into yoba masiphinde sibulele kwakhona ndingusihlalo wale komiti yakwa-Land and Environmental Affairs, siphinde sibulele kuziduli uminister wethu obesiphethe kakuhle kakhulu. Ndibulele kakhulu kwi-PO zalapha e-NCOP, uChair, Deputy Chair, House Chair, Honorable Tau and Honorable Makati. Ndibulele i-guidance yenu siyile committee, ubani sigayide side sibe siyafikelela namhlanje. Imini yokugqibela ke silapha. Ndibulele i-committee siseva sonke, asikhange sifumane rhuthwane. Even uDaryl phaya actor as the ANC member, kuba supporta zonke into esizenzayo. So ndibulela kakhulu ke lonto ukubonakalisa into yoba wonke umuntu ufuna ilizwe elikhulelekileyo nelizwe elibheka phambili. Ndibulela kakhulu ke lonto malungu alendlu kuba kulendlu sifana singathi sizi brothers and sisters. Masihambeni ke siyocampaigna ukwenzela into yoba silithathe ilizwe kwakhona. Enkosi.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with rule.
I wish to make a statement on the bill, the 75 bill.
Continue, Honourable
Take it
Worth.
from here. Deputy Chairperson, a critical issue in land reform is that of escalating land prices. These have allegedly contributed significantly to the slow pace of land redistribution. This has in turn raised questions about the need for greater government intervention.
Can you just hold on? Honourable Mabe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. I think the Honourable Member should state whom is he representing. Is he representing the Free State, or is he representing himself or the DA?
Deputy Chair. It's a 75 bill. It's a 75 bill, and I'm entitled to make a statement.
Oh, okay. Declaration now on political parties.
Yes. Yes.
Continue.
May I continue, Chair, on declaration from the Democratic Alliance?
Can you speak to the mic?
Chairperson, may I continue with my declaration from the Democratic Alliance? It's a 75 bill. Or must I go to the podium?
No. Did he get the permission to do that? Okay.
Chairperson, yeah, he's appointed to do the declaration.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We're talking about property valuation bill. A critical issue in land reform is that of escalating
Order.
land prices. These
Honourable members, please.
These have allegedly contributed significantly to the slow pace of land redistribution. This has in turn raised questions about the need for greater government intervention, including more willingness to use expropriation. It has been argued that letting the market alone determine the pace of land reform delivery is not desirable. But is this in fact the truth? A key proposal of the Property Valuation Bill is to speed up land reform. However, the main obstacle to success in this regard is not the willing buyer, willing seller principle the bill seeks to circumvent. Rather, it is the state's failure to support emerging farmers that is primarily responsible for the failures of land reform. Furthermore, when one considers the amount of agricultural land that has changed hands over the past 20 years at market value, nearly the entire land reform process could have been completed with the funds expended to date. This bill utilizes the expropriation criteria from S25(3) of the Constitution to arrive at just and equitable value, which almost by definition would have to be lower than market value. While some concerns around the determination of value were noted by the committee, a key consideration has been ignored. The Banking Association of South Africa's submission highlighted the fact that the regulation to the Bank Act require that the security value of loans be derived from the market value of the property. If the property determined by the valuer general and used for expropriation purposes is less than the market value of the property, banks will have to adopt a much more conservative approach in lending. This could include increasing the interest rate significantly, withdrawing from the market totally, and or offering a significantly lower loan in proportion to the value. The net effect is that the cost of production, particularly of agricultural products, will be much higher, and the impact on South Africa's food security is potentially enormous. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance opposes this bill in total, and I thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matile.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Once more, I must indicate that it's not surprising. Black people, colored people, Indians have been subsidizing the rich all along. Because if you look at big companies, they did not, because these companies were not evaluated, they did not pay those particular taxes. But everything else was expected from black people. You must also understand, we also subsidize them. No? Some subsidize them in terms of paying for electricity and other services. Now, they want to continue to benefit alone. The poor black people, the poor coloreds, the poor Indian people did not benefit from this particular. This bill is trying to address that particular situation and address, the failures of the past. As Gauteng, as the ANC, we support this bill totally.
Pumalanga, you're right. Okay. Limpopo.
Chairperson, the African National Congress.
Honorable.
The ANC.
Yes. Yes.
Can I carry on?
Yes.
Chairperson, thank you very much. This is a 75 bill, and only parties are going to or must make declarations, not provinces.
Can you use your mic so that it's recorded?
Chairperson, a 75 bill, parties will make declarations and not provinces. Thank you very much.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. As Matrona Fremokhobi from Limpopo, a member of African National Congress. A member of the African National Congress, Matrona Fremokhobi, from the province of Limpopo.
Can you hold on, Honorable Dawu?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Chair, with all due respect, Chair, Honorable De Villiers is absolutely correct.
Yes.
This is a party declaration. Yes. And Honorable Matila is from the African National Congress. Okay. He has made a declaration on behalf of the African National Congress.
Okay.
And therefore, to avoid a situation of some of these things coming back to haunt us again in the future, may we agree that the ANC has made its declaration.
Okay.
And let's rather inquire whether if there are other political parties.
Okay. Thanks. We shall now proceed. Honorable members, can we proceed to the voting on the question? Members will vote in favor, abstain, or okay.
It's not working,
Ma? Oh, well, if it's not working, then can we make manual voting? Are they working now?
Yes, Chairperson. It's working. This one is not working.
Okay, those whose machines are not working, let's use the manual. Aye. Nay. Might have the report. Manan. Who can't do? Special budget. Yeah. The only this. Can we redo it again? Aye. And those against, nay.
They count, Chairperson.
Majority have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 75. Secretary will read the 8th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Constitutional Development, provisional suspension from Office of Magistrate M.J. Homo.
I'll now call upon Honorable Mohobi.
Honorable Chairperson, a report of the Select Committee on Security and Constitutional Development on the provisional suspension from Office of the Magistrate M.J. Homo, dated 11 March 2014. The Select Committee on Security and Constitutional Development, having considered the report of the Magistrate Commission on the provisional suspension from office of Mr. M.J. Homo, an additional magistrate at Rambek, pending the outcome of an investigation into his fitness to office as a magistrate, as required by Section 13, subsection 3, subsection B of the Magistrate Act, 1993, Act 90 of 1993, reports as follows. The police arrested Mr. Homo on 5 December 2013. Mr. Homo appeared in the Randburg Regional Court the following day on a charge of corruption. Mr. MJ Homo allegedly demanded and received an amount of 150,000 in exchange for positively influencing the outcome of an appeal for extradition brought by the complainant in the particular matter. The complainant had to face charges of corruption in another country amounting to 20 million. The money was recovered in Mr. Homu's briefcase in his office and in his presence. The court on 9 December 2013 granted Mr. Homu 30,000 bail, provisional suspension, in order to advise the minister on his provisional suspension from office. Pending the outcome of the investigation, the Magistrate Commission afforded Mr. Homu the opportunity to comment on the desirability of such provisional suspension. Having considered Mr. Homu's response, dated 13 January 2014, the Commission recommended to the Minister Mr. Homu's provisional suspension from office in terms of Section 13, subsection 3, subsection A of the Act, pending the investigation into his fitness to hold office. The Commission is of the view that the existing evidence against Mr. Homu is of such a serious nature as to make it inappropriate for him to perform the function of a magistrate during the pending investigation. It would be inappropriate for a judicial officer appearing as an accused before a court of law on a charge of corruption to preside. The Commission holds the view that without anticipating the outcome of the investigation into his fitness to hold the office of magistrate, the existing evidence against Mr. Homu is of such a serious nature that it would justify his removal from office. Should the Commission find him guilty of misconduct charges against him, the Minister, on the advice of the Magistrate Commission, provisionally suspended Mr. Homu and an additional magistrate at Rambek from the office of the magistrate with immediate effect. The retention, with retention of remuneration, pending the outcome of an investigation into his fitness to hold such office. Having considered the Commission's report on the provisional suspension from office of Mr. MJ Homu, the committee concurs with the Minister's decision and recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirm the provisional suspension. Report to be considered. Thank you.
That concludes the debate. Shall now put the question. Mabe. Honorable Mabe. Question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape. Is it? 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the 9th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Finance, 2012-2013 quarterly provincial treasury budgets and expenditure.
I'll now call upon Honorable De Beer.
Honourable Chairperson, the committee continues to interact with all provincial treasuries to ensure good governance, financial sustainability, and enhance its oversight role. We interacted as Select Committee on Finance with the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Western Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Free State, and KZN during May, June, and August 2013. The PFMA requires that provincial treasuries must, the emphasis on must, amongst other things, exercise control over the implementation of the provincial budget, promote and enforce transparency and effective management, and must intervene by taking appropriate steps, which may include the withholding of funds to address a serious or persistent material breach of this Act, the Act's PFMA, by a department or entity. The overview over the provincial budgets: the provinces had spent 395 billion, or 98.2% of the total provincial adjusted budgets by the end of the financial year 2012-13. On aggregate, all provinces have underspent their adjusted budgets by 1.8%. The bulk of the underspending was a percentage of the total adjusted budget was in the following provinces: Northwest, 1.3 billion or 4.7%, Northern Cape, 558 million, Limpopo, 2.2 billion, Eastern Cape, 1.2 billion. KZN had the biggest budget but reflected the smallest underspending of 539 million or 6%. The province had underspent their compensation of employees' budget for the first time since 2007-2008. Stronger controls over personnel were evident in the majority of the provinces. There have been improvements in capital spending with an increase from 88% to 94% on aggregate. The provinces still need to do more in order to establish the productivity gains from historical personnel injections. Health outcomes had improved in the Gauteng province. Compensation of employees' budgets in Gauteng and KZN provinces had also improved. The National Treasury has started on the following interventions. I want to mention a few to you. To roll out the latest round of budget formulation and budget analysis courses to capacitate provincial officials with the technical skills required in these areas. To roll out the infrastructure delivery management system to all provinces to prepare for the 2014-15 bidding process for infrastructure funds. Taking steps through the Technical Committee on Finance to address poor spending projections. Honourable Chairperson, having interacted with the provinces, the Select Committee for Finance make the following recommendations: that the provincial treasuries should interrogate the monthly reports received from the provincial departments, as some reports are not the true reflection of their actual finances. To put measures in place that would assist the provincial departments with proper planning for in-year spending in order to curb fiscal dumping. Present an analysis of the financial and non-financial information within 3 months of the commencement of the 5th Parliament. Ensure that appropriate staff members attend the training that is provided by the National Treasury. That KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng and Western Cape Provincial Treasury should develop measures to monitor the performance of the implementing agencies as according to their records funds allocated are well spent. The National Treasury should continue to provide the essentials of budget formulation and budget analysis training to the relevant officials in the provincial departments. Also to continue to assist the provincial treasuries to improve target setting. Fast track and share with the committee the CFO skills audit report. All provinces should use the Limpopo headcount model for health and education to verify and manage employees in their departments. Chairperson, I table this report and move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape,
Sekele.
Western Cape,
Northwest Sekele.
Western Cape, stem saam.
Okay. Voting will now close. All 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the 10th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Finance, 2013-2014, third quarterly provincial treasury budgets and expenditure.
I'll now call upon Honorable Mnguni.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The committee, through a strategic plan, took a decision to regularly engage the provincial treasuries as part of its key priority areas. The committee continues to interact with the provincial treasuries to ensure financial sustainability and enhance its oversight role. The report captures presentation made by national and provincial treasuries on status of finances and expenditure as at the third quarter of 2013-14. These presentations largely cover the provincial revenue composition, quarterly expenditure revenue, challenges encountered in implementing the provincial budgets, and measures to mitigate risks identified. The report then summarizes the observations and findings made by the committee and makes recommendations. At the end of the third quarter of the financial year 2013-14, the provinces have spent 314 billion, or 73% of the proportion of total adjusted provincial budgets. On average, the provinces are projecting to overspend the adjusted budgets by 3.5 billion by the end of financial year. Gauteng and Free State provinces project the overspend by 1.6 billion and 1.6 and 1.3 billion respectively. On the contrary, Eastern Cape, Limpopo and Western Cape expect to underspend by a total of 672 million. As reported by the National Treasury, provincial expenditure largely comprises of compensation of employees, which is 61%, goods and services, which is 20%, and transfers and subsidies, and capital expenditure. At the end of the third quarter financial year, the provinces in general were in a healthier in-year fiscal position. None of the provinces utilized overdraft facilities at the exchequer level. Mpumalanga province continued to have higher balances at the Paymaster General level at the Provincial Revenue Fund level. The exchequer balances in the Free State province were extremely low. The general trend during the financial year, the provinces projected to overspend, but at the end of the financial year, the outcomes show an underspending. Provinces had planned to implement cost containment measures, conducting headcounts verification, and roll out biometric controls and consolidate the supply of chain management reforms. And the committee recommendations are as follows. The National Treasury should ensure that provincial treasuries are well resourced to effectively execute its oversight role over provincial departments and assist them to ensure that services are delivered as planned. The provincial treasury in the Free State province should improve its support to all provincial departments, particularly public works and agriculture, to contain expenditure in the current financial year. Provinces should ensure that their programs are implemented on time to minimize investment of unspent funds in savings account, as that compromises the delivery of services. The provincial treasury should monitor the transfer of funds to the public entities and implement agencies to ensure that budget spent translate into delivery of services. The provincial departments, particularly in Gauteng and Western Cape, should use past trends and the latest mid-year population information available from the StatSA to properly plan in future in mitigating of learners. The provincial legislature in the Free State should assist the Department of Education to better manage the bursary allocation process. And the provincial treasury in Mpumalanga province should intensify its oversight role over the provincial departments, particularly public works, agriculture, to verify and ensure that projects are delivered in line with the expenditure reported. And lastly, the provincial treasury in the Eastern Cape should work together with provincial and national departments of human resettlement to address challenges identified. I request the record to be considered, Chair. Thank you.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape? Free State? Gauteng?
Votil.
KZN?
Sisekele, Chair.
Limpopo? Mpumalanga?
Voted in favor.
Northern Cape?
Voted, Chair.
Northwest?
Voted, Chair.
Western
In
Cape?
favor, Chairperson.
The voting is closed. All 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the 11th order of the day.
Consideration of National Environmental Management, Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill, B8F of 2013, and of report of mediation committee thereon.
I'll now call upon Honorable Mokgoro.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill, B8D 2013. Again, greetings to the Chairperson, Chief Whip, the ministers who are here, and the MECs from the provinces. This afternoon, I'm given the opportunity to share with you some of the deliberation that the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs had on the National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Bill, Bill B8B of 2013, National Assembly, Section 76, that was introduced by the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs to Parliament. The Act is a specific environmental management act within the framework of the National Environmental Management Act 1998. The Act was promulgated in 2008 and came into operation on 1st December 2009. Most of the amendments were identified through implementation of the Act, and some originated through consultation with other organs of state. The main triumph of this act was the creation of a coastal public property which gives special status to South Africa's territorial waters up to the high water mark, beaches, the sea and the seabed, including the Admiralty Reserve. In other words, everything that occurs below the sea of a high water mark is part of coastal public property belonging to the people of the beautiful country. What this, honorable members, is the ownership of this natural asset is vested in the citizens and held in trust by the state. Due to its dynamic nature, it is critical to manage coastal public property to ensure long-term sustainability and the protection of people of their properties against the natural elements. As part of the management regime, coastal public property cannot be sold, leased, or restrict access. It is essential to prohibit sales of these natural assets. This is something that has never happened before, and it's in our democratic dispensation that the people can now enjoy the benefit of the natural assets of our beautiful country. The main purpose of the bill is to ensure that coastal public property does not impact on the ownership of assets and operations of other organs of state. Expand the provision on reclamation. Simplify the administration of coastal access fee approval. Extend the powers of the MECs to issue coastal protection notices and coastal access notices. To simplify and amend powers relating to coastal leases, including transitional arrangement. Simplify the provision relating to the National Coastal Committee. Expand the powers of the delegation by MECs. Expand the categories of activities requiring dumping permits. Provide for exemption, revise offenses and increase penalties, and make correction. The National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Bill, Bill B8B 2013, was referred to the committee on the 5th of November 2013, and the Department of Environmental Affairs briefed the committee on 20 November 2013. The process that the Select Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs followed for processing this Section 76 legislation include referring the bill to the provinces for public hearing and then receiving the negotiating mandate and final mandate and successfully concluding deliberation on the bill. The bill was amended during the process and was subjected to mediation as part of the democratic legislative process. This Selection Committee on Land and Environmental Affairs would like to report to the Council that the Mediation Committee, having considered and National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill B8D 2013, National Council of Provinces, Section 17, report that it was agreed to a new version of the bill B8F 2013. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to? In the absence of any, I assume that all delegation heads are present. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng,
Voted.
KwaZulu-Natal,
Chair, I just need to be helped by the table there, Chair, because I think in the previous mandate we had an abstention. Just to check what is the signed.
That is
version.
KZN.
Can I be helped there from the table, Chair?
Okay, according to the information I've been provided now is that KZN and Northwest did not submit mandates. Okay.
Because of the original mandate, Chair, that we gave, which was abstention, I think.
Okay, so KZN abstained. Limpopo?
Voted.
Pumalanga?
Voted yes.
Northern Cape?
Voted, Chair.
Northwest? Abstain?
Chairperson, I'm not sure of that because, like we have indicated, made mention of Northwest, I became confused.
It will be recorded as an abstention because the province did not submit a mandate.
Sure.
Western Cape?
Voted, Chairperson.
Okay. Can we have then the counting? The voting is then as follows. 6 provinces voted in favor, 2 provinces abstained, and 1 province voted against the bill. Therefore, I therefore declare the bill as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary would read the 12th order of the day.
Consideration of report of local government municipal property rates amendment bill B33B of 2013 and of report of select committee on cooperative governance and traditional affairs thereon.
Honorable Mokhobe.
Honorable Chairperson, the Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill, it's a product of lessons learned from monitoring and supporting municipal implementation of the Municipal Property Rates Act of 2000. The Act seeks to build trust into property rating. As you do remember, the property rate has been a subject of many debates, and at times disputes would arise within municipalities and property owners. But now this Amendment Act, it seeks to simplify implementation by removing legal ambiguities. Also, to provide for property categorizations that is simple to understand, transparent, and easy to regulate. Also, Amendment 6 to consolidate and integrate national interest, economic growth, and also take into consideration municipal planning. The Amendment Act will ensure that the national and provincial departments are able to monitor how municipalities implement this act. And also there is an aspect within the amendment that assists municipalities to implement the rating to other spheres of government. It also seeks to improve compliance, in particular legislative compliance. As you move around doing oversight, you would see that most municipalities are having a challenge in terms of audit outcomes. Amongst that is the question of legislative compliance. And again, there is an aspect within the bill that regulate service infrastructure ratings. You would just imagine we have an N1 from Cape Town to Messina. If certain aspect of services can be rated, what would happen? Because this N1 cut across many municipalities until Messina in Limpopo. And therefore, issues of roads, issues of dams, airports, runaways, breakwaters, those issues are clear in this bill that they couldn't be rated by municipalities, because otherwise every municipality will have to rate and also make a challenge into a national and provincial integration in terms of infrastructure building and building of economies. The bill also further says variation roles will have to be defined in such a way that it does not compromise market vibrancy. In particular, you have your metros, big cities, and towns. In such areas, that the variation of roles will be applied in such a way that it is flexible to allow that property market vibrancy. The bill also allows for property categorization, like you need to clearly define what is the residential area, what is a commercial area, what is a industrial area, agriculture, what is it that must be rated in the agriculture. Like you have in agriculture, you have where there are crops, where there are lodges, where there are game. What do we do in such areas? So the bill clearly provide guidelines in terms of of what type of property should be rated. Also an issue that also was a debate, interesting, is a places of worship. How do we rate such places? The bill also laid a framework that the residents, the main residents, and the church could be rated, but others would allow the municipality to apply to a minister to ensure as to whether those issues can be rateable or not rateable. Municipality can only rate such on approval of municipalities. Therefore, these are the main issues of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 63, I shall first allow all political parties to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any political party that wishes to?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Democratic Alliance?
Honourable Chair, honourable colleagues, the bill before us today is largely technical in nature. However, there are a number of provisions that will have unintended consequences for municipalities. At the outset, let me state that DA believes in the constitutional order and in the autonomy of local government as a distinctive sphere of government recognized by Section 41 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Section 41 of the Constitution provides further that all spheres of government must respect the constitutional status, institutions, powers and functions of government, and in the other spheres, not assume any power or functions except those conferred on them in terms of the Constitution, and exercise their powers and perform their functions in a manner that does not encroach on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. The DA believes that local government has the right to exercise its powers and functions as prescribed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, particularly in terms of Section 151 and 154. The key consequences of this bill for local government, which the DA find problematic, are the following. Clause 2 and 6 will dictate to municipalities through a very prescriptive manner the categories and property they must have in their rates policy. This will remove the flexibility of municipalities to determine their own rating categories. This is far too prescriptive exercise of national powers. Each municipality is different and should be allowed to determine its own categories of properties. This was confirmed in the case City of Tshwane versus Blom. It's case number 433/2012. Several of the key metros have indicated their opposition to this in the public hearings. Clause 13 will limit the ability of municipalities to rate public service infrastructure and expand the definition of public service infrastructure in their boundaries. This will lead to a loss of income by municipalities because municipalities have zero-based budgets that can only be recouped in one of two ways: reduction in services or through a shift incidence onto their categories of ratepayers, such as business and residential. The metros have indicated that they will have no option but to pass this on to residential and business ratepayers. When residential and business ratepayers have to pick up the tab for government, this will surely not be a good story to tell. Clause 19 will extend the life of valuation rolls to potential 6 years for metropolitan municipalities and 7 years for local municipalities. That should be undesirable, as the property market fluctuates and ratepayers could be paying rates on market values that have widely devalued. Clause 25 will allow...
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other political party that wishes to make a declaration of vote? Honourable Louis?
Thank you. Yeah.
In actual fact, the ANC.
Yeah. Chairperson, the African National Congress supported the bill. In fact, we just worried about this. Even the speaker, that was not even part of the deliberations at the committee chair. They had two members that sat in the committee. So the debate is even irrelevant, inappropriate, Chair. It's not part of what is contained in the bill. But be that as it may, Chair, the African National Congress, having been participating in this bill, and indeed consulted through the Portfolio Committee and verified by the Select Committee, that even the organized sector, organized local government through SALGA supported the bill and had no issues with the bill, because the bill, as read out in the report, Chair, it clarifies certain technical issues and certain situations in terms of how municipalities should rate properties or exempt or manage the evaluation role as such, Chair. So we are sure that there won't be any losses there, and there's no situation in the bill, no clause in the bill that affects the powers and functions of the municipality. And indeed, we are certain that the bill is constitutional, Chair. It touches nothing in terms of the Constitution, and it proposes no substantial changes, even in the Principal Act of 2007, as indicated through the report. And therefore, as the African National Congress Chair, we support the bill and is supported, and no other public people, stakeholders, Chair, raised any issues in terms of this bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other political party that wishes to make a declaration of vote? I see all other political parties are not in the House except for the ANC and the... Kopi. Oh, okay. I didn't. I said it. I said the ANC and the DA. Now it has been brought to my attention that Kopi is present. Honourable members, order. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Members will vote by using their machines if they are working. Indicate if they are not working, so that we then vote manually. Are they working? Okay. Have all members voted? Okay. You want to correct yours? Or is it okay now? All right, fine. So all members have voted. Honorable Moshodi? Okay.
I'm saying I voted against, I want to vote in favor. I pressed
you
the
want
wrong
to-
button.
Oh, okay.
I'm not coming from DA, I'm coming from ANC.
Honorable Worth, please, order.
I'm not a member of DA, I'm not.
Order, honorable members. Has it been corrected now?
Yes, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much. Can I be provided with the results? The results are as follows. 30 members voted in favor, 6 members voted against. The majority of members have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 13th order of the day.
Consideration of report on taking Parliament to the People program, City of Tshwane, a metropolitan municipality, Gauteng, from 28 October 2013 until 1 November 2013.
Honorable Memela.
Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister Nell, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates. In considering the report on the Taking Parliament to the People program held in Gauteng from 28th October to the 1st of November 2013, I would like to note that this was again a very successful program we held in the 4th Parliament. The series of programs we've held in line with Section 72 of the Constitution, which enjoins the National Council of Provinces to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes. It further requires the NCOP to conduct its business in an open manner and hold its sittings and those of its committees in public. Through the program, the NCOP held a 5-day public participation and oversight program in Soshanguve in the city of Tshwane, Metropolitan Municipality in Gauteng. In preparation for the proceedings, the NCOP undertook a number of activities. These included field research, preliminary visit by committees to conduct oversight, and a public meeting. Public meeting held in Hammanskraal was convened to give the people an opportunity to set the agenda. This approach was adopted throughout the term following recommendations from the study we conducted in the 3rd Parliament, wherein we asked people about how to improve the program. Following from these engagements, the program for the week was structured to deal with 1, local government, human settlements and water, 2, health and social development, 3, education, sport, recreation, arts and culture, 4, police, 5, women, children and people with disabilities, and we included the elderly. 6, economic development and youth, 7, agriculture, land reform and water, and the last one, site visits. We also had an opportunity whereby the President of the Republic delivered his annual address to the NCOP, in which Parliament and special delegates, including the leadership of South African Local Government Association, had the opportunity to debate. Chairperson, you will recall that during the debate, President Jacob Zuma emphasized the point that it was the duty of all public office bearers to communicate with the public. This task should not be left only to councillors. He said ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, and mayors were also supposed to meet the public regularly to report back on services and also to obtain feedback from citizens on how services were being delivered by officials in their departments. He said many had been doing so over the past 5 years, but it was never enough for a vibrant democratic government like ours. Thanking the NCOP for its drive in enhancing public participation, the President pointed out that South Africans, especially those who fought hard to be free, want to be engaged continuously and had strong views about how they should be governed. Through you, Chair, may I ask for protection from the DA behind me, the two gentlemen. I raised a similar concern on Tuesday during the round table on the empowerment and rights of women, children, and the elderly, when it appeared that many of the participants raised the need to ensure that all South Africans know the laws we pass. It is my view that if we are to improve the lives of our people, we need to create awareness about their rights, the provisions we've made through legislation to improve their lives. If they do not know them, it is clear that we would not be in a position to demand better service. All of us, MPs at national level, MPLs in the provinces, and councillors in the municipalities, must work together to polarize the laws, policies, and programs that are meant to benefit the people. During the program in Gauteng, it was comforting to observe, among other things, the acknowledgement of the vast work that has been done since 1994. Indeed, the government has built houses for the people. It has also created new opportunities. Of course, in spite of the number of the achievements of our young democracy, the people were also in agreement that we must do more so that everybody could enjoy a better quality life. For example, due to the increasing population in Gauteng, the health services in the area were under pressure. It was thus encouraging to hear the Minister of Health, Honorable Aaron Motsoaledi, promising the people that a new district hospital was being planned for Soshanguve, and that the aim was to complete construction in 2017. It doesn't mean nothing will be done during this period. People will get the health services as expected. This is one of the good stories of the program, whereby we see the executive responding practically to the issues and challenges being raised by the people. This is what we need, that when people raise issues, their government should listen and take practical steps to address those challenges. This is the value and importance of this public participation program. What is also important is that the minister did not just say he was going to build a hospital. He made a commitment to visit the community, to discuss the plan of the hospital, and to keep the people abreast about the construction work. This is what we mean by a government of the people, for the people. The report we are considering today makes detailed observations which we would like the NCOP in the 5th Parliament to take into account. And I hope that it's not everybody who's not going to come back. Those who come back must entrench the good work that has been done during the 4th Parliament. Overall, from engagements and visits to sites that we embarked on in Gauteng, it is clear that since 1994, there have been numerous policy and statutory developments relating to the areas we focused on. However, as was the observation when we dealt with the empowerment and the rights of women, children, and the elderly earlier this week, it was clear that the challenges associated with service delivery are, in the vast majority of cases, not related to policy vacuums. Instead, they are related to financial, human capital, and oversight shortfalls. They also require government to increase the level of cooperation among the different spheres so that they are able to work in synergy to address service delivery concerns. I can see the reaction on the faces of some of the special delegates. That doesn't mean work has not been done, but at least we haven't reached a high percentage as expected by our citizens. And there are reasons to that, because some of the people have now been actually, they now fall under Gauteng because of the new demarcations, but that is being dealt with. Going forward, a key activity would be to strengthen and intensify enforcement strategies, as well as monitoring and evaluation and mechanisms. This is one key area which needs special attention by the NCOP, and it conducts its oversight function over the affected sectors of government. As I have said, the focus on implementation should permeate the work of the NCOP in the next term in relation to the challenges we still experience in the different sectors. Chairperson, I would like to thank the delegates to the NCOP for their participation in the programs of engaging the people. They've helped connect this parliament with the people. The Taking Parliament to the People program in Gauteng and in the previous provinces this term has been a great success because of their commitment. I thank the officials for their hard work. And may I say, let's not rub off the diligence, the commitment, and the hard work that each and every member within the NCOP has been engaged in. Keep the light burning. And those who will come back must teach the new ones as to what NCOP means and engage them to say integrity, commitment, and diligence are the main pillars of the NCOP. I place before this House the report of our chapter held in Gauteng for consideration. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. May I then call on Honorable Nube to continue with the debate?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. special delegates, my MEC from Gauteng province, members of the NCOP. Let me enter this debate on the report of taking Parliament to the people by first acknowledging that this is a very good program and it forms part of the good story that we have to tell as the ANC. Given the constitutional mandate of the NCOP, it is this context that the NCOP in 2002 conceived the Taking Parliament to the People program. In pursuit of the implementation of the program, the NCOP has traversed the length and breadth to the far-flung corners of the country in an endeavor to ensure that the acceleration of service delivery. House Chair, the NCOP has, in partnership with provincial legislatures, conducted public hearings, site visits, and held meetings with members of the public in most rural and remote areas. The purpose is to give the masses of the people an opportunity to make their voices heard and to have government committing itself to the delivery of quality service in these often neglected areas. The program brings together the national, the provincial, and local governments, that is, the three spheres together. The relevance of this program cannot be gainsaid in the context that of the current ANC-led government's commitment to rural development. Taking Parliament to the People's program held in Tshwane, in Gauteng, from the 28th of October to the 1st of November 2013, was preceded by a number of activities, including research, preliminary visit by committees to conduct oversight in Mabopane, Amanskral, Temba, Gangala, Baleleche, and also we had public meeting in Amanskral on the last day, which was convened to have discussions with the community. The program was a success with mass participation of the people of Tshwane from the first to the last day. The relevant government departments in the national and provincial sphere were informed about the issues that the people raised during these interactions in order to come and report to the people. House Chair, there has been a very good support and cooperation from the Gauteng government, the legislature, and the city of Tshwane. The community was allowed reasonable time to ask questions and raise their issues pertaining to service delivery matters, and they were very happy with the opportunity that they were afforded to interact with the public representatives. This is another good story we are telling as the ANC government. The issues that were raised were recorded, and some were immediately referred to the relevant government departments for resolution. The Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Nomvula Mkonyane, the Mayor of Tshwane, and the Chairperson of Salga Gauteng, Councillor Paxtau, also participated in the program. The City of Tshwane, through members of Mayoral Committee and the Speaker, were able to respond and give answers to many local issues that were raised, and also made appointments with other committee members in order to resolve those complaints. The provincial government of Gauteng, through the members of the executive, also responded and gave reports on issues that were raised by the community. The ministers, the deputy ministers also responded and gave reports on the issues that were raised by the community during the course of the week. This program has allowed members of the community to leave with answers to a lot of their questions, and those that did not get answers immediately were referred to relevant departments. The three different spheres of government left the program knowing exactly what needs to happen to the people of Tshwane, and they needed to do, what is it that they needed to do to accelerate the service delivery to the poor. House Chair, let me give the House a few examples that show the effectiveness of this program, which I can't leave out as I'm telling the good story of the ANC-led government programs. On Monday, the 28th of October, the MMC for Housing in the city of Tshwane relocated a 79-year-old man, Mr. Ngwenyama, from a shack that he was to be evicted from the next day. The council identified a site and bought a temporary structure and built it on this new plot. The MMC went further and bought a bed and bedding for that old man, Mr. Ngwenya. The old man did not know where he was going to sleep on a Tuesday evening, but he went to bed on Monday in a new bed and bedding material, sleeping in his own temporary house that is built in his own site. He was immediately placed on the housing waiting list for elderly people. This is really a good story to tell. Chairperson, again on the 28th of October on Monday, the Speaker of Tshwane Municipality committed that the council will give an early childhood development center located at Father Mkajwa in Harankua, a kumbi, to ferry these children as they are traveling a long distance to school. The kumbi would also assist because the children usually do not attend during the school holidays, because the transport that they sometimes use, it is used by the older children, which is not available when the schools are closed. This is a good story to tell. On Tuesday, the 29th of October, the MEC for Education in Gauteng, Honorable Barbara Creasy, met a girl who passed grade 12 in 2012 with a bachelor's entrance, but was not able to register for further education due to financial difficulties. The MEC immediately linked her up with the Gauteng City region, and the region paid for her registrations in 2014. The city region has committed also to give her a bursary that will pay for her studies going forward. This is indeed a good story to tell. Again, there was a complaint on the functioning of a certain SGP. Today, as we speak, that SGP has been disbanded. This is another good story we are telling. On Friday, the 1st of November, the MEC for Agriculture, Rural and Social Development in Gauteng, the Honorable Nandimaya Tula Khoza, gave 6 wheelchairs to the people who are physically disabled. This is a good story to tell. Honorable House Chair, honorable members, it is not surprising that immediately after this program, the Member of Parliament here at the NCOP resigned from the DA and joined the mighty ANC. It is also not surprising that 2 councillors from Tshwane resigned from the DA and joined the ANC. At Ekurhuleni Metro, 2 DA councillors also have resigned and joined the ANC. At Johannesburg Metro Council, 5 DA councillors members have resigned from DA and joined the ANC. As if that is not enough, just yesterday, a councillor from DA resigned at Ekurhuleni and joined the ANC. Again, a councillor at Joburg Metro yesterday resigned and joined the ANC. That shows to them that they've seen the light at the end of the tunnel and they've joined us in telling a good story. Indeed, we have a good story to tell. House Chair, we must acknowledge the presence of the President of the country, Republic of South Africa, Honorable Jacob Zuma, in this program. The President has been gracing this program with his presence and has also delivered his annual address to the NCOP during these programs. Honorable House Chair, We also need to acknowledge the good participation by all provinces.
Honorable member, your time is expiring. Can you summarize?
In closing,
No, you can summarize.
in closing, we've made many strides in improving the lives of our people, and yes, there is still a lot that needs to be done, and that is why the people of South Africa are going to return the ANC to lead government with a bigger margin in the parliament. The people of South Africa know that together we'll move the country forward. Let us meet in the polls on the 7th of May 2014. Amanda, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable member. May I call on Honorable Kaya? Order. May I call on Honorable Kaya, MEC for Economic Affairs, Gauteng?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I had to cut the speech by 50% so as to be within time. NCOP Chair and Deputy Chair, Chairpersons for Select Committees, members, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. What is being forgotten is that Umam Tandi at some point asked for a family whose house was had a leaking roof, and that is actually being dealt with now. That's one of the successes that is being reported. Chairperson, the great African novelist Wallace Yinka reminds us that there is nothing more secure, and I quote her, there is nothing more secure than a democratic, accountable, and participatory form of government, close quote. It is in light of these wise words that we welcome every opportunity to interact with the people and account on the work we have done. And we must thank the NCOP for this particular program and also for having chosen the said community, because the community that has just been integrated into Gauteng. Honorable Chair, it is a fact that the ANC government has done and still doing everything in its power since 1994 to ensure that the people are never divorced from the craft of exercising political power, and that we have a population which sees engagement with public representatives and institutions as not only a legitimate claim, but a right and obligation vested in all citizens. Indeed, South Africa is a shining example of democracy at work, where representation and participation happily coexist. Honourable members, the ANC government continues to maintain and live up to the sacred covenant we entered into with the people of this country. This pledge finds expression in the Gauteng Provincial Government's Programme of Action since 2009. Indeed, the provincial government has been hard at work to provide quality basic education and address challenges within the education system. The Gauteng Department of Education provides bursaries for learners from no-fee schools through the Gauteng City Region Academy. Over the past 5 years, this initiative has disbursed bursaries to over 6,000 students for higher education and training. A total of 6,715 youths are in learnerships in all departments of the Gauteng Provincial Government. In addition, there are 1,071 graduates benefiting from experiential learning and workplace experience. As a response to the unemployment challenge, we are training a total of 1,394 youths as artisans in plumbing, welding, carpentry, and other similar sectors. To provide additional learning facilities and alleviate overcrowding in the public schooling system, the following schools were constructed in Tshwane: Lotus Gardens, Oliver Node Bosch, Soshanguve, Steve Bikoville primary schools. We are also working tirelessly to ensure the completion of the construction of Mamelodi East, Iketling, and Nelmapias primary school. We are pleased to announce that the school safety program aimed at addressing bullying and violence in schools is being implemented in all schools located in Gauteng. There are 1,500 school patrollers that have been deployed in 366 schools in Tshwane. The services of social workers are also available to all schools in Gauteng, and this means that learners are able to receive psychosocial support as needed. To ensure that every citizen enjoys a long and healthy life, the Gauteng Department of Health is implementing the health turnaround system, which is focused on improving the health infrastructure and revitalizing the health systems in Gauteng. Amongst those that I can mention is the implementation of the ward-based primary health care outreach teams, the establishment of district clinical specialist teams in all 5 districts, the introduction of 120 new ambulances to cater for maternity and obstetrics for use by pregnant mothers. Additional funds have been allocated to the Department of Health in the 2014-15 financial year for the procurement of new ambulances to further improve the capacity of the EMS, the extension of hours of service at some clinics in Swan, and providing 24-hour access to some community healthcare centers on an incremental basis will improve access to primary healthcare facilities. The Gauteng provincial government has budgeted an amount of 1.9 billion rands in 2014-15 financial year to fund non-profit organizations to provide services to older people, people with disability, orphaned and vulnerable children, and substance abuse treatment facilities. There are 512 NPOs that are located in Swane that will benefit from the funding. These NPOs include drop-in centers, home-based care sites, after-care centers, and women and youth cooperatives. Honorable Chairperson, as a means of providing an additional safety net and reducing over-reliance on the state, grant beneficiaries in Gauteng are also linked to other skills development opportunities through cooperatives and development centers that are funded by the Department of Social Development. In addition, the following initiatives have been undertaken as part of advancing the National Drug Master Plan to address substance abuse. The initiative to declare Nyaupe and related drugs illegal, the implementation of Kimoja campaign, which is a prevention program targeting young people not yet involved in substance abuse, inpatient and outpatient treatment programs that are government funded, including referral of university, technicon, and FET students for rehabilitation. One of the excellent examples of an effective integrated criminal justice system is the Ikayala Temba Victim Empowerment Model, which provides holistic services that include in-house police services specializing on detective services, the National Prosecution Authority, personnel for decades management and course preparation, forensic capacity, medical doctors, as well as other auxiliary services for survivors of abuse and sexual offenses. We have also re-established the Family Child Protection and Sexual Offenses Unit and the Sexual Offenses Courts to address the scourge of violence against women and children in a targeted manner. Indeed, the police in Gauteng are working hard towards how to close down drug dens and the use of derelict buildings by drug dealers and users, including in Garankuwa, Soshanguve, Winterfeld, and Kalinen. Cases of corruption and collusion between the police and criminals can also be reported directly to the Office of the Premier through the Premier's hotline, which was established to enable members of the public to report corruption and lack of service delivery. We have put in place an intergovernmental approach to address the challenges related to economic development and job creation. The Gauteng Youth Employment Strategy is meant to direct our efforts towards increasing youth employment opportunities. The SEPO 10,000 initiative, which is a job creation initiative of the Swane Metro Municipality Program, has recruited 10,000 youth with the aim of training the youth and equipping them with the necessary skills in road cleaning, street light fixing, and other artisan skills. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller provides seed funding for the establishment of enterprise and non-financial support to SMMEs. The different government departments in the province, such as infrastructure development, education, roads and transport, are also participating in implementing the expanded public works program to maximize job creation and job opportunities, particularly with a special focus to our young people. In the province, we are hosting 3 of the 7 local vehicle assemblers in South Africa. We have partnered with these companies in various initiatives on skills training and the incubation of small enterprises in the automotive sector. The Gauteng Tooling Initiative, which started in June 2010 with an intake of 270, has trained many students from Tshwane and other Gauteng regions as tool-making artisans. I can also indicate that in line with the mandate to build vibrant, equitable and sustainable rural communities to foster food security for all, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has implemented multi-year agro-processing projects, which in essence are focusing particularly in your poorer communities. Additionally, a total of 3,915 homestead food gardens projects have been development in the city of Tshwane. On the question of human settlements, I can indicate that since 2009, government has taken steps to further transform the apartheid landscape by acquiring a total of 1,082 hectares of prime and well-located land for the creation of new human settlements across Gauteng, amounting to an investment of 339 million rands. One of these is in Tshwane is the Greenfields development in Olive and Old Bush, Extension 27, which will accommodate Moy Plus in the city of Tshwane. Honorable Chair, the increased immigration into Gauteng has already been mentioned here. We are trying to do our best with regards to housing our people, but we must indicate that it is indeed a serious challenge because from time to time it becomes difficult even to measure as to the numbers. The numbers are just increasing on a daily basis. But during the 2013-14 financial year, 643 RDP houses were built as part of the Winterfeld Urban Renewal Program. Additional RDP houses are under construction in Winterfeld Extension 3, Phase 1 and 2. A total of 122 stands have been actually also allocated. In pursuit of the objective to empower citizens to play a meaningful role in public life, the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation is driving the following: the provision of sport and recreation equipment and attire to schools and community sports development clubs, construction of multi-purpose community fields in poor communities and schools to foster sports development. The community library and grant provides for the provision of construction, upgrading of libraries and public internet access where required. And Honorable Chairperson, our collective strive to achieve a better quality of life for all South Africans and our partnership with the people and various sectors of society will ultimately determine how far we can go in taking South Africa forward. And we are extremely grateful to the NCOP for the good work you are doing in our provinces, because at a certain point it might be assumed that when you inform us directly of our weaknesses, we are fighting with yourselves. We are not. You are informing us as to the areas where we are supposed to be intervening. And some of the interventions were directly because of your presence. And we're extremely grateful to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. May I then call on Honorable Kana? Age Kana or Khana?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, MEC, and Deputy Minister. Honorable Chair, let me say from the outset that the DA accepts, if somewhat reservedly, the NCOP's report on the Taking Parliament to the People program. Noble in its sentiment, the program aims to reconnect government officials with the electorate, giving parliamentarians an opportunity to hear and witness the plight of the people. To be sure, the exercise was successful only in confirming that government has a long road ahead with respect to meeting service delivery goals and improving the lives of the people on the ground. Despite many hours and days set aside for people to raise their complaints.
Is the point of order?
Chairperson, is the member ready to take my question?
No, let's not allow questions for now.
Okay.
May I protect Mr. Honorable Kana? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. May I protect Honorable Kana on his maiden speech?
Okay. Chair, I have a reason to ask. I have a reason, Chair.
Okay, if you insist then,
I insist, Chair.
No. If you insist, order, honorable members. If there's an insistence, I mean, there's nothing that stops me from a member from not allowing a member to determine whether are you prepared to take a question?
Chairperson, if there's time after my speech, I will take the member's question. Can I please deliver the speech? And then
are you prepared to take a question?
Not now, after I've given the speech.
Are you prepared to take a question?
Not now. No.
No. All right. Member is not prepared to take a question.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, despite many hours and days that were set aside for people to raise their complaints, there was simply not enough time to hear and canvass all the concerns and demands of all those many thousands of people who participated in the exercise. Whilst there was a genuine attempt at recording people's complaints, few of these are known to have been substantially dealt with. This runs the risk of further angering communities where follow-through post the community visit is low or where there is simple none at all. Chairperson, I stand here today both as a resident of Gauteng and a representative of aspirations of many Gautengers. In a State of the Province address, Premier Konyane attempted to paint a very rosy picture. The truth of the matter is that Gauteng is a province in distress, plagued by inefficient and inadequate service delivery, corruption, and unemployment. Unemployment in Gauteng currently sits at around 29%, with the hardest hit being the province's young people. The government within the province has done too little to foster programs aimed at boosting entrepreneurship, assisting businesses, and creating real jobs. And instead, Chairperson, the province's residents are saddled with unwanted e-tolls and are burdened with greater financial pressure. I'm a resident of Gauteng, member. To make matters worse, corruption continues to be the order of the day within the province.
Order. Honorable Jacobs.
Yeah, Chair, I'm raising a point of order here. Honorable Ghana is no longer speaking about the subject of taking Parliament to the people. It really shows it's a prepared speech, and he's talking about something that he does not know. He was not even there when we took Parliament to the people.
Honorable members, may we allow Honorable Ghana to continue with his speech? Continue, Honorable Ghana, with your speech.
Thanks, Chairperson. As I said, I stand here both as a resident of Gauteng. Chairperson, last year the Gauteng government misused 10% of its budget. Almost 7 billion on unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure.
Honorable Mabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm deeply concerned and worried because the Honorable Member is continuously misleading the House. He's talking of statistics that we don't know who gave him those statistics, and he must really prove the statistics that he's now sharing because of he continuously misleading us and misinforming the House.
Okay, fine. May I rule in the following manner? May we avoid a situation in which there will be a temptation. You see now, I'm making a ruling on the matter that you're raising, but you're not listening. Honorable Ghana, maybe probably avoid a situation where by engaging or participating in the debate, create an impression that the House is being misled through stats that would ordinarily create an environment to be challenged. May you proceed with your debate. Order, Honorable Member.
Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, order. Order.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. I might be new to the House.
Honorable members, order, please.
I'm new to the House, but I'm not new to Gauteng. And I have been a resident of Gauteng for many, many years. And there are reports that the Auditor General releases every year. Chairperson, one can only imagine how many jobs could have been created, small businesses assisted, service and infrastructural development.
Honorable Memela. Honorable Memela.
Honorable Chair, I was the first person to debate on the matter. And what I debated, what I said here in this August House, is not hearsay. I was there, I was part of the committees that were actually, gone there.
Is that a point of order, ma'am?
I'm now actually asking.
No. Order.
My point of order is the honorable member must ensure that what he says is the truth. He must be very accurate with that because right now he's misleading the House.
Honorable members,
And
order.
seated here, we're not going to take that.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. I don't know what is this excitement.
I'm waiting for the chair to roll.
What is this excitement?
I don't know.
I mean, order, honorable members. May we behave ourselves. May we behave ourselves. Because I cannot understand now what is all. In actual fact, the honorable member is concluding his speech. Can we allow him to conclude? Honorable Ghana, may you conclude your piece?
Nakensa mthamashitulu. Nakensa swinene. As a representative of people in Gauteng and having interacted with many people in Gauteng, what is evident is that Gauteng deserves men and women of substantial integrity that can unlock the potential of Gauteng to create real jobs and deliver services efficiently. Representatives that will not be afraid to interact with communities on more than just a superficial level. And in my 2 days here, Chairperson, I believe that I have been prepared well enough to do that particular job. And na cancer, na kambe, na kuva miningiserile, hambileswi a mi zama ku disturb loko ni vulavula, na cancer swinene, na cancer mthamashitulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Kamede, is that a question or not? Oh, let me hear you first.
Chair, if you would allow me,
Yes.
I would still want to make an appeal that the honorable member has made references to statistics in relation to unemployment. If we can get maybe his source of referencing so that we can also go and verify. Referencing is a critical
Honorable
issue.
Mabe, Honorable Mabe, this is a
You cannot
debate
distort
in the House.
information, Chair. But you can't debate.
It will be,
and
no. Can you sit down, Honorable Mabe?
Google is not always reliable. ma'am.
Honorable Mabe, can you sit down?
We need an institution.
You see now, honorable members, I'm really not going to take this. I'm really not going to take this now. Honorable Kamede, can we continue with the debate?
Chairperson, I'll do my best to debate, but I am spiritually hurt by what I see today, that we still have a long way to go, that a black person is just being used just on arrival. Because most of them, even people that were not there, or people that were there, could not engage on the debate. So I'll try my best. I am hurt. I thought we were winning this fight. The Taking Parliament to the People program is in pursuance of our constitutional mandate to facilitate public involvement in legislative and other processes of the NCOP. We had the privilege to attend oversight visits which covered the economic cluster, youth, women, children, and people with disabilities. With regards to the economic situation, the community of the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality reflects a high unemployment rate, challenges of skill development, and poor industrial development in townships. Further challenges can be attributed to cooperative management, communication, development challenges, and funding. The positives that we experience with regards to the economic development include the Gauteng Economic Development Agency, which markets, promotes, supports, and facilitates economic development, investment, and trade with the Gauteng province. It further is mandated to implement government small business strategy. The National Youth Development Agency provides direct services to the youth in the form of information provision, career guidance services, mentorship, skills development. As a result of observations made, it is suggested that in future the Select Committee on Trade and International Relations in the next term should engage with the Department of Trade and Industry to promote its program of SMMEs and cooperatives in the metro. At the Economic Development and the Youth Public Hearings, the community of Soshanguve called for tight regulations, monitoring labor brokers, or alternatively total ban of labor brokers, since they were seen to be violating basic employment rights of job seekers. As we speak, Chair, we are not afraid to mention things that were mentioned by community members. We're not here to occupy the podium and do some cheap political things. The majority of participants also requested that they be assisted with business skills. Another issue community members raised concerns was the high level of corruption and patronage within state-led agencies and government departments. Now, councillors present during the hearings outlined youth unemployment as a major national challenge, and it needed agent and coordinated responses from all role players. It was noted that most of the activities of the Metro Council are geared towards addressing the challenges of youth unemployment. The Gauteng MEC for Economic Development, who usually honors this house and is always here, outlined departmental approaches that were being undertaken in youth development and empowerment, based on the 4 pillars of skills development, enterprise development, youth placement, and youth entrepreneur development. The department has also launched the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which seeks to promote and boost small businesses and create jobs. Honorable Chairperson, access to housing for people with disabilities remains a challenge, and many individuals who are receiving a disability grant find the rental houses a little bit far too expensive. This is what they raise. These houses are often not sufficiently modified to support the needs of people with disabilities. The issue of nurse stigma and sensitivity was also raised in relation to people with disabilities. At 2 sites where we visited, the need for a permanent health care worker at school for learners with disabilities was raised. A national policy on the housing to cater for the needs of people with disabilities was raised as a matter of urgency. Without the provision of adequate housing, the response to the needs of people with physical disability, the right of such people to human dignity, privacy, and housing is seriously impaired. On the public hearings on women and children, key highlights included lack of employment, also for people with disabilities, particularly those who have not completed schooling. These matters have been reported to the city of Tshwane and also to the Gauteng government. Key findings from the visit include the Gauteng Department of Health and Social Development, the National Department of Health, and the Department of Public Works should ensure that all health facilities are accessible. In the next parliament, the Select Committee on Social Services should address the funding challenges that are experienced by social service providers on province by province basis to ensure that the quality of services improves. It is also recommended that the National Youth Development Agency should play a more visible role in assisting the Gauteng provincial government in implementing the employment creation strategy, ensuring that all young people have access to meaningful employment. While the Select Committee on Social Services should meet with NYDA to address the issues of youth unemployment. Honorable Chairperson, there are adequate pieces of legislation, policies, and government programs to address and respond to all key challenges. In closing, I want to thank all the chairperson of the NCOP, deputy chair, and all presiding officers, house chairs, both of them, and to all honorable members of this house. In the parting words, we say to all honorable members, especially ANC members, thanks for your patriotism, dedication, and commitment you have displayed in serving our country, thus moving South Africa forward. I wish you all the best, especially the ANC. I wish the ANC all the best on the 7th of May with a 75% win. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kamede. Honorable Makubela, may you proceed with the debate?
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Deputy Minister and MEC and honorable members, I greet you all. As this House is finalizing its work, this report reflects on Section 72 of mandate that encourages public participation, which is the political work increasing want to enjoy the status of openness that taking Parliament to the people. The last oversight visit in Gauteng was very much successful. We visited places as from the 28th of October to the 1st of November. We visited more especially, I will talk about the police, but the fantastic more activities which they are doing. Here and there, the shortcomings were raised, but it was attended to. But as a result of this vacuum and the result of finance, which they used to complain sometimes, but not knowing that when you talk about finance, you must talk about the economy as a whole, not necessarily to pick up some certain issues. But those things were raised. When the President came on Friday, all the complaints raised during the week or on the pre-visit, the answer were given satisfactory. But which I would like to suggest is the following. We are being put down sometimes by the provincial councillors. We find that the complaint raised during that particular time should have been attended to long ago. Should they have went to the public to do the same thing which we are doing. If we can just say that we must take this vehicle together, the councillors, they must be hands-on on this thing to help them. Now, what are we saying now to the next, to the 5th Parliament? Our legacy report. If I want to say something in the finance section, we have completed all the legacy report. Definitely, if those people who are coming after us will read those things, and even this report taking Parliament the people, provincial weeks, they will pull this wagon freely to them. Thank you.
I now call upon the Honorable Mbata, Chair of Chairs, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson Mahlangu. I'll try to be as crisp and as short as possible. Chairperson Mahlangu and honorable members of the NCOP. On the 6th of May 1919, at the annual conference of the ANC in the Cape Colony then, Mr. Sifako Makgato, the then president of the ANC, addressed in the conference, he said, open quote, "We ask no favors from the government. This is the land of our people." It is befitting that the NCOP has chosen the correct timing to ensure that there is this particular debate as we celebrate 20 years of our democracy. In 2009, we are elated to inform you that as Gauteng, we wasted no time in seeing to it that the legislature commits itself into building an activist and transformative legislature that would inspire public confidence by operating in a manner that places the people at the center of its business, vigorously advocating and promoting public interest in a non-partisan manner. In this way, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature became a true tribune of the people. We are confident to indicate that we believe as Gauteng, we indeed have a good story to tell. It is a story that represents historic milestones of 20 years of freedom and democracy in our country. Our story of the past 2 decades of our hard-earned democracy draws a picture of immense commitment shown by public representatives in their desire to ensure that a family sleeps better, a child has access to education, a single parent has access to social welfare, a tap provides water to a community, a house sheltering a family, an economy growing from strength to strength, and a voice given to the previously voiceless. Though these particular quantitative elements to some may look minute, it is our belief that indeed to us they represent a good story for the province to tell. And we believe it is indeed an ongoing story. We must still do more to address the legacies of apartheid, being unemployment, inequality on poverty, and poverty. These triple challenges will go a long way to ensure that we evolve as a national democratic society whose attributes are to seize opportunities of freedom and democracy. Since the democratic breakthrough of 1994, the citizens of Gauteng live longer than before. This is attributable to the commitment and investment we made in turning around the public health system in the province. As a result, more access to healthcare has been achieved, and the burden of disease is effectively decreasing. Primary health care has enjoyed top priority and is now accessible to all under this democratic government. With regards to health infrastructure, we have made key investments to maintain the current public health capital assets and create new infrastructure. We therefore expect that it is correct for us to inform our colleagues that from the point of view of the oversight that the institution has been performing, we can conclude by indicating that the new Zola Hospital will be opened in April 2014 to reduce the pressure on Christiani Parakwanath Hospital, and the new Natal Sprayed Hospital will be open in July 2014 that government will use to provide quality health services to the people of the province. Chairperson, the health infrastructure, as I indicated, is improving. Of note are the following key milestones as mentioned in the SOPA by the Premier. Refurbishment of primary and community health centers is happening, details of which is the current work that is happening in Edenvale, Tambo Memorial Hospital, George Mukari, Riyama Musa, and the Sebokeng Hospital, of which as a province we are elated about the progress that has been registered thus far. The other achievements include: 1, ward-based education campaigns that have expanded their reach to over 6 million people, whilst over 3 million people have been tested through the HIV counseling and testing campaign launched in 2010. AIDS-related deaths have been dropping dramatically since 2010, and new infections among adults have dropped from 104,000 to 60,000 between 2004 and 2012. Over the same period, among young people and children, dropped from 40% in 2004 and 86% in 2012 respectively. Honorable Member, these are the stats and they are correct, because at least we have actually been able to invigorately, able to robustly engage the departments and verify as and when these particular stats have actually been given to us. Given in this regard has been the reduction of HIV transmission from mother to child. The culminative number on intraretroviral treatment is now 900,000 compared to 75,000 in 2006. And the ART size expanded from 59 in 2008 to a whopping 364 in 2013. Our schools are now true centers of hope and community development, where the education of an African child may no longer be postponed or compromised. Our efforts to normalize education system have paid dividends. Chairperson, allow me to state that 2,070 schools in Gauteng have functional school governing bodies. And over 100,000 parents and members of all school governing bodies have been trained. We have 1.7 million learners in 2,070 schools across the province. Of this, 1.6 learners are in 1,334 schools, no fee paying school, and 128 learners are now enrolled in grade R. A total of 2,180 public and independent grade R sites are currently operational across the province. 1.2 million learners receive a meal and are able to concentrate in class. More than 470 learners receive free education, free uniforms. So there is no point for a learner to say, I can't go to school, because either my parents are in this particular social state that makes it impossible for me to interface with other learners. We provide scholar transport to over 65,000 learners living beyond 5 kilometers away from the nearest school. And in the current dispensation, I can indicate to you that in the new financial year, as the post-establishment start, Gauteng will be looking into the possibility of multilingualizing schools' environment so as to mitigate this particular money that we are actually spending in terms of school transport. Over 6,000 safety patrollers, school safety committees appointed, and we introduced school searches to ensure a safe learning environment. In 2013 grade 12 results, the best ever, further attest to the success of the intervention of the provincial government and the extent to which there has actually been engagement with the Gauteng legislature. We are particularly proud of the performance by North East schools with a pass rate of 81.4%. In recognition of hard work and dedication in education in this term, along a total of 460 million bursaries were awarded to more than 12,000 learners, mainly from no-fee paying schools in poor communities. Whilst a lot has been achieved in this term, the provincial government, from the point of view of ensuring that we are actually evolving to ensure that we realize the commitment we have set for ourselves, that of ensuring that we build an inclusive economy, the social and political landscape has indeed fundamentally changed. The world global economy has taken a knock in recent times, and it has taken too long. The strides we have made in the past few years must actually be commended. The 2020 World Cup integrated, reliable, and affordable public transport system, to mention about a few, are but some of the highlights that, from the point of view of growing the economy, the provincial government has actually done. We can proudly indicate to you that the current BRT system is being rolled out in Tshwane, and in 2015, it would actually be rolled out in Eguruleni. We had to come and give these particular accounts, mindful of the fact that when our colleagues were in our province, these were indeed particular commitments that have actually been brought to their attention, and they further commended us to ensure that we follow up on these particular issues. The stimulus package that the provincial government has actually ensured that it saves jobs and sustains the sector, particularly in the automotive sector. We can mention that the provincial government has been intervening to mitigate the effects of global economic crisis on households and insulate vulnerable groups from its effect by providing material and financial support to ensure job retention in key industries, such as the one that I've mentioned before. We are even proud to indicate that as Gauteng, we have given support to 45,000 SMMEs and over 2,000 cooperatives, including 285 youth and 296 women cooperatives. We have provided mentoring, business and training in financial support and in these other groups. We therefore want to believe that as a country, we do not have attributes of a failed state. Indeed, our machinery is grinding, and as it is grinding forward, there will be those within our ranks who would attempt as much as possible to ensure that they are forever pessimistic about the strides that we have achieved since 1994. However, our people, where they are able to realize and are able to hear what is it that has been achieved, where do we come from, and where do we go to. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mabe, is it a point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Yes, it's in relation with the issue that I raised earlier on regarding statistics. I'm quite disturbed by
What's the point of order?
Honorable Member who debated this.
Okay, may I please know who is chairing? I'm willing to vacate the seat and you can take over. Continue.
Thanks, Ma. I'm fairly disturbed by the Honorable Member who has just joined the House now. I'm worried because he's a fairly new job seeker from Zanen, with due respect, who has just came to Gauteng, found himself in the hands of the DA before he could even recover.
Okay. Honorable Mabe, may I say the statistics, the correct statistics have been tabled for everybody in this house to know. Let's give this young man a chance to learn and grow in politics of South Africa.
But you must not mislead the public and the House.
That's fine.
Okay.
Chair, point of order. Point of order, Chairperson.
Honourable de Villiers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. The statement made by Honourable Mabi that the Member of Parliament is a job seeker is actually a personal attack on his personality and character. And I ask you to ask Honourable Mabi to withdraw that one. Thank you.
Honourable de Villiers, with due respect, I honestly believe the young man, Honourable Ghana, is able to then table his dissatisfaction and can actually then direct that to Honourable Mambe. But right now, I am not having enough time. People have been here from morning, they haven't had tea, they haven't had lunch. Can that then be discussed outside the chamber? Thank you. I now... I've made a ruling. I've made a ruling, Honourable de Villiers, and it stands. No. Honourable Gunda is the next person for the debate.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Chair, Honourable Deputy Ministers and colleagues, all protocol observed. Let me start with the closing of my colleague Mbata of Gauteng. It's a good thing what Tshwane is doing by training the youth to become entrepreneurs and giving the contract of the municipality of maintenance to the youth. That's a sign of developing our own people, make them business people, close the gap, close the inequality. That's a good thing. I hope all municipalities can learn to take the youth and develop them and train them how to use money and give them that contracts. That's a sign of a government that cares about the people. Let me just say, Chair, Honourable Chair, the principle of taking Parliament to the people is to acknowledge that this government is a people's government, chosen by the people, a democratic government, and it agrees with the Freedom Charter when it said, the people shall govern.
Yes.
The people shall govern. And we are governing. Honourable Chair, Deepak Chopra said, without value, and I quote, without values, there is confusion and chaos. When values disintegrate, health disintegrates, poverty attains dominance over affluence, societies and civilizations crumble. When we pay attention to these values that society had always held sacred, then order emerges out of chaos. And the field of pure potentiality inside us becomes all-powerful, creating anything its desires. And this is what the government are busy doing. Out of the chaos brings out civilization, brings out the potentiality that's inside of us in order for us to achieve the goal which God wants us to achieve. It doesn't matter what the people say. It doesn't matter what the people say. It's the time of the black man in the world because God said, I will bless you in the later years. It's our time. And when it's our season, we will prosper. Honourable Chair, this is precisely what we are doing as a government. Conrad Hilton said, success seems to be connected with action.
Order.
I want us to listen to this one. Success seems to connect it with people of action, and this is a government full of action. It's always there on the ground of the people. It's always listening to the people. You have never seen ministers in the past in a township. You've never seen a president in the past in a township, in a village. You've seen them in taking Parliament to the people. You're seeing them in taking Parliament to the people. And this is the things that we need to acknowledge. You see, if you are jealous, you will never learn, you never grow. Conrad Hilton said, success seems to be connected with action. Successful people keep moving. They make mistakes, but they don't quit. Wow, close quote. Honorable Chair, Guti said, treat people as if they were what they ought to be, and you will help them to become what they are capable of being, close quote. Honorable Chair, this is what government are busy doing. Treat people with dignity and respect the way they ought to be treated in order for them to become the person that they're supposed to be. Simple as that. Honorable Chair, let me say this. Yes, there are challenges and lots of difficulties in the area of the previously homeland and especially of that Soshanguve where we visit. But we must also acknowledge the achievements that this government has achieved so far by giving our people in that very same homelands which has been created by the apartheid government basic service. There was no basic services. When we get there was no basic services. And I was asking Honorable Matila, now I understand why you are crying about Soshanguve and all these places. It's because people are getting services now. And when people are getting services, there are mistakes. Because you are working. If you are not working, there are not mistakes. Water, sanitation, electricity, and many more things. Honorable Chair, these achievements is happening during a very difficult time. While the economy is under pressure, but still we can see there is progress. Let me conclude with Winston Churchill when he said, and I want everyone to listen, the pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimists see the opportunity in every difficulty. I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
May I now call upon Honorable Nyambi?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the NCOP. I'll take these few seconds just to assist my brother, Honorable Ghana. I won't come with fictitious figures, but I'll be assisting you with a reality. In this house, when we started in 2009, under the leadership of Mama and Honorable Mahlang, Gauteng was represented by a very energetic, efficient woman. She was coming from El Rado Park. Out of this program, we happened to visit that area and see the wonderful things that she was doing. And when she came in this house, they used to prepare for her a speech. And after realizing that a prepared speech that is at times misleading, she decided to change. Today, as I'm speaking, standing here, in less than a month, she decided to join the ANC and civic. Not only that, I'm from Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga was represented by Honorable Manzini. He was representing Mpumalanga very correct. As I'm standing here, it's no longer in the DA. I'm sharing it. It's a brotherly advice. I'm sharing it with you. I'm not here because I've applied, somebody considered my CV. I'm here because I'm representing people and people decided that you are one of those that can represent our aspirations. Not because I've submitted a CV. Today, I wish you learn out of what I'm sharing with you. But out of the program under the leadership of this NCOP, we're able to interact irrespective of political affiliation and to understand each other better, have a glass of juice in front of us discussing serious challenges of this country. If going to Gauteng and seeing one administration of these former homelands is not a good story, then I don't know what is a good story. If being in Gauteng, seeing the deputy chair and the president giving wheelchair to people that never had those things in the past and it's not a good story, then I don't know what is a good story. I am dedicating
my speech today to one of people of Gauteng, Solomon Kalush Mahlangu, in particular, and countless other heroes and heroines of our liberation struggle in general, who suffered all sorts of abuse and indignity, as well as all those who perished at the hands of the oppressive state and its security agents. There are men and women who paid the price so that we can enjoy the freedom we have today, including the privilege to serve as members of parliament. Solomon Mahlangu was a young man of only 23 years when he was executed on the 6th of April 1979. He would have turned 58 years this year had he been alive. His execution was a clear indictment against the regime, and that is why today we in African National Congress continue to argue against the death penalty and insist on the importance of the Bill of Rights. This debate also happens to be taking place after the celebration of Human Rights Day. Sadly, his mother, Mata Mahlangu, passed on this month and was buried on Saturday, the 22nd of March 2014. May her soul rest in peace.
Amen.
The narrative in the Solomon Mahlangu story is something which is repeated itself many times over en road to the democratic dispensation we have today. It tells us that too many budding lives were cut short in their prime. It is about sacrifice and bravery. It is about the spirit of defiance. Honorable Deputy Chair, I narrate this story so that as we continue to tell the good story of taking Parliament to the People program in the past 5 years and celebrate 20 years of our democracy, we are reminded that many South Africans paid the ultimate price for this freedom, that we should not take them for granted. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Chair, during this silly season of elections, there are many political parties, particularly the DA, who want to claim the struggle and leaders of their ANC as their own. We must tell them today once and for all that they don't have any liberation struggle track record. Hence this disparate attempt of wanting to separate our icon, Tata Nelson Mandela, from the African National Congress. This is an immoral tendency which must be fought and defeated. They have no credible or authentic black leaders. Now they want to hijack our own history. They've rented somebody, she decided to leave them. Thirdly, Honorable Deputy Chair, Solomon Mahlangu and his comrades, together with countless other South Africans and the international anti-apartheid movement, fought against unjust laws. They fought for the realization of the minimum demands enshrined in the Freedom Charter. These demands were further elaborated and they find expression in the Constitution as adopted in 1996. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the African National Congress, we are saying, through the compelling exemplary story of Solomon Mahlangu, that if you understand our struggle for liberation, then it will be difficult to appreciate the importance of public participation. Public participation or consultation is very important to us. Hence, we fully support this program. In 1955, at the Congress of the People, the real one, in Kliptown, amongst the demands put forward was the following: all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country. This program is partly an attempt to realize this wish. It brings public representatives from 3 spheres of government under one roof in order to account to communities who in turn inform the public representative about the effectiveness of government programs and service or lack thereof. Let me take this opportunity and thank the Secretary for being able to lead our staff, the researchers that were able to provide us with information. I'll be making a mistake if I don't include our chairperson, Mahlangu, deputy chairperson, chief whip, and all members of the NCOP. Indeed, it was nice working together in moving our beloved country forward. In conclusion, I would like to quote Martin Luther, open quote, "An individual has not started living until he or she can rise above the narrow confines of his or her individualistic concern to the broader concern of all humanity." Close quote. I thank you.
May I now call upon Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Minister, honorable members. Perhaps one must start by saying taking Parliament to the people to Gauteng encapsulated a very interesting innovation, which is something that ordinarily we had not done before. And that is an issue that gives the NCOP in this fourth Parliament an opportunity to see that uniqueness in what it is doing. That is insofar as the pre-visits are concerned, where you found that one of the things that we did quite wonderfully, which also built into the success of the visit to Gauteng, was to have organized members across their committees, not necessarily having to do certain things that have got an interest in your committee. And through that exercise, we then found a situation in which members were able to come back and say, these are the observations that we had come across, these are the things that our people need, and these are the solutions that we are proposing. And that in itself has assisted us as an innovative way in this fourth Parliament to say that members of the executive, whether it be national, provincial, or even, I hear that today, which is something very interesting, city something. That is how the metro was referred to today. Well, it's quite an issue that one would learn from. That also assisted the MMCs to be able to prepare in order to respond to the challenges of our people, whether it be addressing the triple challenges that faces our people on their daily lives and so forth. So that in itself, Chair, if you look at the report, it gives you a sense that, yes, of course, the program was quite a success. That in actual fact brings me to a very important issue, Chairperson, and I cannot leave this podium without having addressed this matter, unfortunately. You see, the extent to which the Democratic Alliance approaches our taking Parliament to the people or our interaction with our people, it's quite disturbing. It is disturbing in a sense that they are, in Afrikaans, it is said that that they cannot see anything beyond how the oogklaps have been put onto them, which is quite an unfortunate situation. And I'm saying it is an unfortunate situation precisely because of, if you look at what then becomes the backbone that characterizes the philosophy of the Democratic Alliance. It is premised on the fundamental liberalism. And at the heart of it, they talk about human liberty. Now, once you talk of liberalism and draw in and anchor it with human liberties, it means, therefore, you have individuals that must then think on their own and not necessarily subject themselves to the collective. They must think independently. They must take decisions that they are happy with. They must be able to express their own feelings as they are. But what we have seen today, it is a direct contradiction of the very same philosophy that the DA is seeking to advance, which in itself is quite hypocritical, because these members have got their brains, they can think, they can see. There are things that they don't like, but they are subjected to a particular process in which they cannot express their individual feelings and views on what is it that needs to be done. That in itself, I find it to be quite pitiful to the members of the Democratic Alliance, because it's going to affect them psychologically to a point where they might even, some of them, commit suicide. Honorable members, we need to speak these things, because we are now going to our constituencies and we are going to engage our constituencies. This is quite a hypocritical organization, and I must point to some of these things. And I've got a document here. It is their policy document. It is their policy document. Insofar as housing, for instance, is concerned, they say in their own document that human or adequate shelter is premised on an individual need. Where is the societal and that collectiveness within the communities? Therefore, that is the result. As a result of this kind of a policy position, that is why they cannot build houses in the Western Cape. That is why they cannot match what the African National Congress has been doing. Because in this policy of theirs, they negate the role of the state in the development of humanity. They reduce the role of the state to being an observer as human beings suffer. It is quite important also to note, and this is what we must tell our people, that they speak about, Honorable Ghana made mention of youth entrepreneurship, youth empowerment, and all those sorts of things. But his very same party rejected the Youth Accord. It rejected the Youth Accord. And who is a signatory of the Youth Accord? The youth of the DA. But the senior leadership of the DA, it rejects the Youth Accord. Now, who is progressive and who is not progressive in this instance? They are lying to our people. They are lying to the young people of South Africa. And these are things that they need to be exposed to. You further look at their human settlement policy of the Democratic Alliance. It makes mention of inaccessibility of ordinary people and the poor to get grants or to get credit or access to financial support. And what they then say further, they say, it is as a result of blacklisting, bad credit records, blacklisting, and all those other things that goes with poverty and deprivation. Now, what I found interesting is that just yesterday, when we were dealing with the National Credit Amendment Bill, they rejected that. They rejected that. But they go to our people and tell our people that, no. In actual fact, Luna, the problem why you cannot get into the housing market is because of your credit record is bad and you are blacklisted. Now the African National Congress says, let us change this regime so that our people must be able to be cleaned, their records must be respected, and therefore they should not be charged on the past. They reject them. So these are some of the things that they need to be told and our people need to be told. A very important aspect, Honorable Ghana, that you must remember, the African National Congress proposed an amendment and passed a bill yesterday of infrastructure. And your party, the Democratic Alliance, rejected that bill. Now, what does it mean insofar as human development is concerned? It means that the mud schools should not be eradicated because it's part of the infrastructure bill. It means that potholes and new roads should not be built It means that new hospitals to expand and ensure that our people have got access to a proper health care should not be built. It means that there should not be dams built. And if all this infrastructure program is not implemented, what does it mean? It means that your members, young people, young women would not be able to participate in the construction industry, acquire skills, move up and be artisans and be able to build the economy of the country. It clearly shows that. So it really cannot be that the African National Congress and the government of Gauteng in particular, because I can imagine if the young people of Gauteng can be told what the DA has rejected, whether if they would still have the confidence to be rented to march to Luthuli House to demand quality jobs, because here is a program, here is a bill that seeks to do exactly that, but their party is rejecting that. What a shame. What an element of hypocrisy and all that.
Honorable Daud, I'll allow you to conclude.
And as I summarize, Chairperson, just to as a way also of appreciating the extent to which Gauteng province has worked, it is quite clear it is a province at work, hands are on the deck, and we need to support such a province and ensure that through our program of taking parliament to the people, other provinces are able to learn from such experiences and examples of a working province. And in so doing, Chairperson, I deliberately avoided to focus on my speech, but rather to deal with the poor Ghana issue, insofar as understanding the challenges that South Africa is faced with and the hypocrisy, of course, of the DA. And let me thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair, and the Chair, Deputy Minister, and all my colleagues for the hard work that we have put. It was not easy, of course. It was not an easy thing, but yes, of course, we worked together, we held each other up. The one that fell down, we were able to pick him up and we were able to march forward. And we hope that with the incoming leadership of the institution, whether it be at the general membership and so forth, such lessons would be learned to say that as a collective, we can only take South Africa forward and improve the lives of our people. Thank you very much.
May I now call upon Deputy Minister Nell to come forward.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in, I think, what has been a very exciting, robust and meaningful debate on the report of the NCOP's taking Parliament to the people in Gauteng and Tshwane in particular, the metropolitan capital city that I come from. We are committed to being a government that goes to the people, that listens to the people, and that stays committed to taking the people seriously, both in good times and in difficult times. We take seriously the admonishment by that great leader and revolutionary of our continent, Amilcar Cabral, who said, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies wherever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures. Claim no easy victories." And therefore, when it is said, as one member said in this debate, that this taking of Parliament to the people demonstrated how far government still has to go, that was exactly the point. of taking Parliament to the people. Not to tell lies, not to mask difficulties, not to claim easy victories, but exactly to see both how far we've come, but also how far we still need and will go. The Freedom Charter set out the vision for achieving a democratic developmental state in South Africa when it declared that the people shall govern. The notion of transformation of the state has been integral to the building of the South Africa that we have today over the past 20 years. And in particular, to the building of democratic, developmental local government. The Constitution refers to those developmental duties of local government. The developmental mandate of local government goes beyond service delivery and infrastructure. Municipalities must lead the creation of cohesive, integrated and sustainable human settlements in their local areas. And they undertake this role in two ways. Namely, by developing a strategic plan to guide the long-term spatial development of its area, and they act as a point of coordination for the investments and services that the other two spheres discharge in the local environment. Establishing democratic local government in South Africa was an enormous undertaking that took almost a decade to complete at a formal level. I think we often forget that the system of local government that we have today is even younger than our democracy. It's 15 years old. It's been with us since 2000. Before that, we had an interim phase, and before that, we had a system of local government that was fragmented, that was disparate. You had municipalities in white areas, you had black local authorities, you had homeland areas, you had areas of our country that simply fell outside of the jurisdiction of any local government whatsoever. So the massive undertaking of bringing together those more than 800 disparate entities into a system of local government that we have today that is wall to wall, that covers every single square meter of our country, and that is governed by constitutional principles that enjoin that local government to be developmental and participatory in nature, I think is one of the great achievements of the past 20 years. Indeed, a very good story to tell. This system of democratic developmental local government has contributed to ensuring that millions who were previously excluded have access to education, to water, to electricity, to healthcare, to housing, and to social security. And I think the NCOP saw that when they visited Gauteng and Tshwane in particular. We've made tremendous progress in the provision of these basic services. And I can tell honourable members that the statistics that I'm about to share with the Council do not come from my head, but come from Census 2011. Census 2011 shows that access to piped water in a dwelling or a yard has increased since 1996 from 60.7% of households to 73.4% in 2011. Households with flush toilets connected to the sewage system increased persistently to 57% in Census 2011 from 50% in Census 2001. The census data also shows that electricity is generally used as a source of energy and for lighting since 1996. Households using electricity for lighting increased from 58.2% in 1996 to 84% in 2011. However, 19 years into democracy, South Africa remains a highly unequal society where too many people live in poverty and too few work. And it's therefore that the vision of developmental local government is central to the objectives of our National Development Plan, which seek to address those challenges. However, many municipalities have often found that expectations exceed their administrative and financial abilities. And this, in some instances, has led to a loss of confidence in local government. And it's contributed to the very wrong perception that local government is one unmitigated disaster area. And it's for this reason that the ANC's manifesto for the 2014 elections gives the undertaking that where needed, additional national government support will be provided to improve local government capacity in the delivery of basic services, and that national and provincial government will oversee the performance of municipalities and ensure that communities are empowered to hold public representatives and public servants accountable. I think that the visit to Gauteng and to Tshwane in particular during October of last year identified a number of challenges experienced by our communities, as well as critical areas where government is experiencing challenges. And I'd like to touch upon a few of these areas. The first is economic development. Our country still faces the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And we continue to grapple with these issues. Dealing with these challenges is central to our National Development Plan. During taking Parliament to the people, the challenges highlighted included the high unemployment rate, a lack of employable skills, and from the city's side, poor cooperative management, communication, development, and funding. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is actively involved in creating the conditions for businesses to thrive and jobs to be created. But in particular, we run a community work program that's a key initiative to mobilize communities in order to provide regular and predictable work opportunities at the local level. The purpose of the Community Works program is to provide an employment safety net for those without access to opportunities, and thereby help them lift themselves out of poverty. The program provides access to a minimum level of regular work for 2 days a week, 8 days a month, 100 days a year. This is the program that many people say is not real work, that it doesn't help people. But I think the NCOP would have seen when they went to those communities the impact of that program in both uplifting individuals as well as providing services to communities. The Community Works program, combined with the expanded Public Works program, continue to be an effective cushion for the poor and for the youth. Over the past 5 years, we've created 3.7 million work opportunities. This enables people to obtain an income and to master skills from the Public Works program. These skills are then used, often in many cases, to seek formal employment. Following the proven track record of these programs, Cabinet has set a target of creating 6 million work opportunities from this year until 2019. Furthermore, the Community Works program and the extended Public Works programs complement our social assistance program, which now reaches 16 million people and provides a further safety net for millions, especially vulnerable children. Through government social assistance, although the government social assistance budget has increased by an average of 11% a year since 2008-09, government is aware of the fact that social spending is not a substitute for job creation. Second area, honourable members, that I want to touch upon is human settlements. One of the critical issues raised in Tshwane was the 10-year waiting period for houses in many wards. In this regard, there's currently serious work being undertaken by COGTA, National Treasury, and the Department of Human Settlements to fast-track the assignment of the housing function to metropolitan municipalities. We believe that this will improve the pace at which houses are built and allocated to beneficiaries. However, we also need to take note of the fact that in many cases the delays in allocating those houses is due either to corrupt and criminal elements within the public service who manipulate housing waiting lists for selfish personal benefit, or in other cases by people who hijack and occupy houses illegally. Both of these phenomena need to be dealt with firmly by our law enforcement agencies, but also the communities concerned. With regard to the issues raised on the standard of RDP houses, this matter is being taken seriously by COGTA and the Department of Human Settlements, amongst other through engagement with the construction sector. Surely this is not the same attitude the construction sector and its companies adopt when they do construction work for the middle classes and the rich. We want to hear the voices of all parties, talking not only about the problems in the public sector, but also about corruption, about collusion, about mismanagement by elements within the private sector and the construction industry in particular. There are certain voices that we're not hearing on that matter, and we need to hear all voices. The third area that we want to touch upon is service delivery, a concern raised about a general lack of proper infrastructure. In this regard, government has adopted a 12 outcomes approach, the focus of which is to accelerate service delivery, fast-track job creation, and eradicate poverty. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is particularly involved in outcomes 7, 8, and 9 that relate to the work of local government. Fourth area that we want to touch upon is informal settlements. The issue that was raised in the report was that the municipality focuses on relocating communities in informal settlements rather than providing services in these settlements. In reality, it's true that the legal processes of formalizing informal settlements often take extended periods of time, and municipalities cannot provide permanent infrastructure if the settlements are not formalized. But I think we need to discuss this issue within a broader context, and that is the terrible social legacy that was left to us by apartheid. That while about 3.3 million households have benefited from new housing and services and infrastructure have been provided to many communities, limited progress has been made in reversing entrenched spatial inequalities. In some instances, post-1994 policies have reinforced the spatial divides by placing low-income housing on the periphery of cities. The reshaping of South Africa's cities, towns and rural settlements is a complex, long-term project requiring major reforms and political will. It is, however, a necessary project given the enormous social, environmental, and financial costs imposed by the existing spatial divides. The recently released discussion document towards an integrated urban development framework is a response to this challenge that was well captured in the following call by President Zuma in last year's State of the Nation address, where he said, "We should also remain mindful of rapid urbanization that is taking place. The census statistics reveal that 63% of the population are living in urban areas. This is likely to increase to over 70% by 2030. Apartheid spatial patterns still persist in our towns and cities. Municipalities alone cannot deal with the challenges. We need a national approach. While rural development remains a priority of government, it is crucial that we also develop a national integrated urban development framework to assist municipalities to effectively manage rapid urbanization. As part of implementing the National Development Plan, all three spheres of government need to manage the new wave of urbanization in ways that also contribute to rural development, close quote. Chairperson, the fifth area that I want to touch upon is the role of councillors, public participation and ward committees and ward meetings. The point that is made in the NCOP's report is that communities in certain instances are complaining that councillors are not calling meetings, not reporting back. And I think we must give serious attention to the fact that local government is conceived as the most participatory sphere of government. Participation is critical for democratizing governance processes and ensuring local government remains responsive to its citizens. However, participation is often a formulaic exercise run by consultants, and citizens have little confidence in the value of engagement. Where municipal officials outsource the writing of IDPs to consultants, this reduces the likelihood of councillors and municipal employees being fully committed to delivering on the commitments of the IDP, and also reduces the incentives for citizens to engage with the process. First, the IDP process needs to be led by the municipality and not outsourced to consultants. Secondly, participation in the IDP processes needs to be deliberative and engage communities in prioritizing and making trade-offs. Both of these objectives will be easier to achieve if the IDPs are more narrowly focused on the core priorities of local government. Thirdly, local government needs to engage people in their own spaces. Elected representatives and administrative officials should be prepared to go to community organizations, housing associations, or business associations rather than expect them to come to governmental forums. And I think the NCOP, through its program of taking Parliament to the people, of going to the people, I think is sending a very correct signal to all spheres of government. Community development workers also have an important role to play in facilitating these engagements. Chairperson, in conclusion then, I would like to thank all members for taking part in this debate and for the very good work done during taking Parliament to the people. I think this work will enable us together to take South Africa forward. Seeing that I have a minute or so left, let me also just state the wish that I hope that the good work that's been done by the Council during this term of office is carried over to the incoming Council, and that the incoming Council grapples seriously with a very important role that this Council can play as a vehicle to facilitate sound intergovernmental relations. It's one area that our National Development Plan places tremendous emphasis on. And I would venture to say that I think that the true potential of the NCOP has not been fully realized, and that many spheres of government actually underestimate the very, very valuable role that the NCOP can play. We have taken this report, this Taking Parliament to the People report, and we've tabled it in the top management structures of the Department of Cooperative Governance and told the officials that they need to study it very carefully. It's a very valuable resource to help us and to guide us in the work that COCTA does in many, many fields. But I think we need to take those issues further, not to allow them to chance, but we need to institutionalize the relationship between the Council and spheres of government so that we can work much more systematically. Chairperson, with that, I thank you very much.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote, if they so wish. Fine. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Order. Order. Honorable de Villiers, I strongly believe that you still like to be part of us.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Just, no. Thank you. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. I now call the provinces. Eastern Cape, Free State, are we done? I can gladly say 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I will now afford members an opportunity to bid farewell to each other. I'll then call upon Honorable MJ Mashango to come forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I can see you are very hungry. I will try to sum up, but I've got to say what I want to say. I think I must start by saying I think we need to co-opt Deputy Minister Nell into the National Council of Provinces. He is really serious about taking this house seriously. Let me put it that way. Thank you, Deputy Minister. I've heard you many a times, and when we invite you into this house, you are always here. And thank you very much for that. Now, let me just do this because I want to wrap off our work quickly in the NCOP. The 5th Parliament will discuss its own things and others, but particularly what the Deputy Minister has said, they should take some of our work into cognizance and continue with the work that we have been doing. That would be a wonderful thing, because you can't wrap off everything and start afresh, but you've got to build on what we've been doing. The 4th electoral mandate period of our democratic parliament is coming to an end. I'm sure all of us are aware now. As a country, we are on the verge of transition to the 5th parliament through the national and provincial elections scheduled for the 7th of May this year. As we say farewell to one another, we must find time individually and collectively to reflect on the work we have done as National Council of Provinces. We entered the 4th Democratic Parliament as delegates to this House with one mandate, and that mandate is to represent the interest of the provinces. We are now exiting, having done our bit to advance our democracy. Now, can I repeat myself? I've said this many times. It's a pity that we don't want to understand that we are a delegation from a province. It's a pity. I've been drumming this into the ear of the 2nd Parliament and the ears of the 4th Parliament since I became the chair of this institution. Now, this changes the whole complex. Although you are a party member or you belong to a certain party, but you are one delegation from a province.
Exactly.
That is an important thing. What are you doing to represent your province in this house? Not necessarily your party, the people of your province. That's very important. Why should we argue about the bridge that has got to be built? All of us, we see we need a bridge there, but we politicize it. I wish people will change their minds in the next time. And we go to the public there, we look at what are the issues that we need to raise with the executive, we raise those issues, and we agree on them that they should happen because it's about service delivery. We can't politicize those things. They are there to be done. The budget is there, allocated, we voted for the budget. Honorable members, these are the few things that we have done in the fourth parliament. We started with this implementation of oversight and accountability model, which was finalized in the third parliament. Although we still need to streamline oversight practice, we have started anyway with it. We established a budget office to ensure that Parliament has the necessary capacity for fiscal oversight. This was in furtherance of the money bills amended procedure and related matters 2009. We approved the capacity to support committees and international relations work. We made a big contribution to the creation of an open society through programs such as Taking Parliament to the People, whereby people were able to engage directly to those who govern them or to do so through their public representatives in the House about the challenges they face. We added value to the many pieces of legislation that came before Parliament, as well as spearheading the National Credit Amendment Bill, which seeks, among other things, to provide for automatic removal of adverse consumer credit information. And my congratulating once more goes to Mr. Kamete for discussing this thing with us and piloted this bill in the House. Thank you, Honorable Kamete. We finalized the development of public participation framework for Parliament and provincial legislatures so as to provide a written guideline in order to facilitate integration opportunities and minimum norms and standards for public participation with the legislative sector to improve alignment and practice. These are some of the interventions we have made during the course of the fourth parliament. I hope that you will agree with me that these and many others I have not mentioned are very significant in strengthening and guiding future parliament on how to take democracy forward. Importantly, we have laid the basis of fostering the sound governance and effective service delivery by executive beyond the first 2 decades of democracy. As we speak, the Parliament administration is under restructuring. This is in order that it respond to better in the future to the needs of members of Parliament. The areas of intervention include the enhancement of parliamentary legal service support, the realization by our people of the promise of the better quality of life that is linked to a nature and quality of decision making we make and how these are conveyed appropriately through the legislation that we are passing. We exit from the fourth parliament having laid the necessary reinforcement for building and sustaining a strong democratic culture. We are now bidding one another farewell. Unfortunately, we have lost some of our dear colleagues along the way. As we reflect on the achievements of the fourth parliament, we must locate this within the next 20 years of democratic parliament. It is an important point to celebrate a major step in the evaluation of our democracy. It is a moment to reflect on the road we have traveled since 1994, but particularly as National Council of Provinces since 1996. Parliament as a whole since 1994. Well, on behalf of the presiding officers, I would like to thank the delegates to this House for the great contribution in strengthening democracy. I thank the officials for their support. May we continue to commit ourselves to do more for our country in the memory of our late President of the Democratic South Africa, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. I'm proud that even in this fourth parliament, the NCOP tried its best to contribute to the promotion of the unity of our nation. This is what the late First President Nelson Mandela requested this House to do in 1998 when he was talking in this House. But I cannot forget to say thank you to my organization, the National African Congress, that has particularly deployed me in this House to lead this House. Thank you very much to my organization. I want to thank you for this. But together with that, may I thank all the members of this House for electing me unopposed in my opposition as a chair for the past 2 terms of this House. I thank you very much. But also, I want to thank the support of the House chairperson in the work I've been doing, and thank the support of my deputy chairperson, close relationship that we have had at our work, that we're able to take this House forward. May I also thank the Chief Whip and the Whippery as a whole for the wonderful job they've done to support us and working relationship we had with the Whippery. We have never had a fight. The fight we have was to take this House forward. That's all what we had. Not a petty fight along the way and the corridors not knowing what we are doing. That's how we've been successful in this House. May I also thank the Secretary Advocate Pendela and your staff and the staff of the Parliament, all of you, for the wonderful job you have done. If you were not there, we would have not been able to do the job that we are doing. All of you, from different organizations, different political parties, thank you very much for the wonderful work you have done. I'm sure those who start in this House, you have realized that you are not a backbencher. All of you have got work to do. And that is why when I sit there, I can immediately see who is not in this House. And I can tell you who's absent. And I can tell your province how many times you attend. Sizobonana emva kwamakhetho. Masiyene boxing. Siyabonga.
May I call upon Honorable Mohoro? The veteran.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to have been chosen by the leadership of my organization, the African National Congress, to which I have dedicated a better part of my productive life in participating in this last sitting of this August House. As a disciplined member of the African National Congress, I have never refused to execute tasks given to me. However, Honorable Chair, I must confess that among the tasks that I have carried out, this one is most difficult because it is a bittersweet occasion, especially for those who might not be returning to this chamber. As they say, change is pain. It is time to reminisce, and I thus found myself looking for the best possible way to capture today's mood, and the English poet and dramatist John Gay seems to do it better. I wish to quote one stanza from a tribute he penned, and I quote, open quote, "Oh, Susan, Susan, loving Dolly, my vow shall ever true remain. Let me kiss off that falling tear. We only part to meet again. If you listen carefully, you will realize that this is taken out of a farewell tribute. Subsequently, some have taken advantage of the so-called poetic license to paraphrase one sentence and said, we meet to part, and we part to meet. And therefore, this is the first message I wish to convey, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this is the end of a very busy and challenging term to all of us, and we have successfully made our mark and contributed immensely to the business of the Fourth Parliament. Yes, sometimes we tried very hard to achieve more, but fell short. And that does not mean we have failed. But just could not do beyond what we did. It is only when you are inside here that you realize how short 5 years is. From the start of this term, we showed seriousness, commitment, and dedication, and that helped us to adapt quickly and hit the road running, as the masses of our people out there expected a lot from us in terms of changing their lives for the better. And we did exactly that, and I have no doubt in my mind that we have managed to put smile in the faces of the majority of the poor and destitute. We delivered on our mandate of building an effective people's parliament that is responsible to the needs of our people, and our people are realizing a better quality of life. All the programs we undertook, the reports have adopted, and the legislation we have passed during the course of this Fourth Parliament, we meant to speed up the project of putting our people first and working with them to change their life to the better. Honorable Chair, one will not forget the debate we had in this House, robust and interesting ones, but also not to forget the destructive behavior displayed by the Democratic Alliance during some of these debates, especially during the discussion around the Protection of State Information Bill. Whatever our differences, we have been, but one thing is clear is that we were able to prove to each and every one that the role of this council cannot be taken for granted. The DA forgets that the African National Congress is not in coalition with any party, including the DA itself. The DA forgets that all resolutions, all laws that we pass in this House are in line with the policies and objectives of the African National Congress. And therefore, this is why we are elected, and this is why we are here, and this is what our people expect from us, that we must carry the mandate they have given us. And this is exactly what we did. Chair, it has indeed been an honor and privilege to serve our people in this institution. I salute our presiding officers, especially you, Chair, Nino Mahlangu, and the Deputy Chairperson, Memela, and members from different committees and political parties, as well as the staff of Parliament, for guiding our work. I have made lots of friends during this term and congratulate those who will be returning to Parliament. I have made friends even with members of the opposition. I'm sure, not have anyone as an enemy, all my friends. But however, I would like to tell them that, politics, you cannot mend and increase politics by lying. You have to tell the truth. A real politician and a politician that carries himself with respect is a politician that tells the people the truth. Because the truth is always heavier than lies. And therefore, if you take the truth and lies to put them into a deep end, the truth will always emerge. And the lies will always lie there. Chair, Ramathangu, I like your style of leadership. It is cool, unbiased, and very accommodating to everybody. I've always watched you when you preside in this podium, and I don't see any element of wrong of how you conduct yourself. And all of you, members of the NCOP, as you are here, we part to meet, and we meet to part. Thank you very much, Chair.
May I now call upon Honorable van Lingen.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we are here today to greet one another as colleagues and support staff, parliamentary staff, as a team in the Fourth Parliament. It was a fulfilling experience, and I'm sure each one of us will treasure. We have certainly gained respect for each other's abilities and skills, especially how to cope with the workload in the NCOP. Chairperson, we start with you as the responsible and accountable figurehead of the NCOP. Thank you for your support and your leadership. You have been consistent in all matters and decisions. Thank you. It's been a tough term, and we are only 54 delegates in the NCOP against the 400 of the NA. And we do the same amount of work. In fact, I think we do more. I can clearly tell you that in the last 6 months, we have passed 72 bills in the NCOP, of which 24 were Section 76. In the last 2 days, we passed 18 bills, of which 12 were Section 76. So this is an incredible workload, and we have to appreciate the administration of Parliament, especially in the last 6 months. We really thank them. We also thank the administration who served us in these chambers, everybody that was here every time we were here. It's been fantastic. We do have to recognize our provinces and their administrations, because we work together in virtually everything we do, and they are part of the successes we claim in the NCOP. We therefore thank them for their support. And I can assure you, Honourable Chairperson, when we are in committee, we really fight for our provinces and not for any other reason. We make sure that we get the best for our provinces. We also, talking about provinces, we want to thank our liaison officers because they keep us in touch with our provinces and anything that happens there or that we should know of. As you all know, we have a large whippery and a number of committees responsible for the functioning of our daily tasks in Parliament. And I know when the House Chair is missing, or the Chief Whip is missing, we can't go anywhere because the one that must sign the last thing is always missing. But it is a large group of people and it is tough to keep them together. Thank you for doing what you have done. Our committee chairpersons of the Fourth Parliament, you have been great. I heard Honourable Kikani saying she really wants to go to the NA because you work too much here. She was a good chairperson though. Deputy Minister Nell, we want you to please convey to Cabinet that we appreciated the members, the ministers who visited us in our committees and in this House. Some of them have made a point to help us through certain legislation, and it was good. There were others that bullied us, but there are some good ones, and we appreciate them. And you seem to be one of them because you're still here with us at the moment. Thank you. We thank all of you as delegates of the NCOP. We have had very good times, and you were all part of a wonderful experience we will treasure for a lifetime. When I arrived here, I was actually jealous of all the friendships that I saw. People were happy to meet one another and greet one another again. And I thought, but I am way behind. Let me tell you, I'm now in a position where I can say I have made very good friends that I will treasure for a lifetime. I wish to thank the DA team who's worked exceptionally hard. And I must apologize for those that are absent today. I may mention that Honourable Lees came up specially for the plenary today from KZN. It's wonderful. Honourable Groenewald is not here, Faber is not here, and Honourable Boshoff is not here because they have urgent matters in their provinces, and unfortunately Honourable Boshoff's husband is critically ill. We also want to welcome our new member, Honourable Makashulegana. This is the big life, and you have done well. Keep it up, my friend. Chairperson, I want to thank our little secretary upstairs somewhere. Her name is Carmen Veldsman. She is our DA secretary, and she has done very well. And then, Honourable Wattie Watson, who's now the Chief Whip of the DA, was also the leader of the DA in this House, and he has done very well in leading us. We also thank him. So we wish you all the best for the elections, and we hope to meet again, Honourable Magoro, as you say, we meet to part again. We will meet again, and I am sure that I can guarantee you that God will help all of us in the elections and not just some people. So good luck and God bless you all. Thank you.
I now call upon members. Order.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson and members of the House, Chief Whips, everybody, Deputy Minister, as this House is rising after a term of dedication service to the nation, I am reminded to the words of the world icon President Nelson Mandela when stating in the first address as the President of South Africa. He said the following: our single most challenge, it is important, is to help establish a social order in which a freedom of individual will truly mean the freedom of individual. I close the quote. Tata understood the importance to create a people-centered nation or society, that all who pursue to that ambition and dreams may realize his objectives. Chairperson, this is exactly what this House strives to do, and I'm honored to enjoy the privilege to share the experience of upholding and enhancing South African freedom through the valuable work that the great minds and leaders around me usually display. As we have traveled around the country, we discovered and learned valuable lessons, how best to improve the wellness of our people. It is my honor to congratulate you all leaders, chief whips, chairperson, deputy chairperson, house chairperson, everybody. You were so good. Very, 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 very good. I still remember when we started here, the first workshop which we had, it gave us straight on the right direction. Hence, we were so very much productive. As we go back to our respective constituencies, let us take the good news story of hope, justice, equality, and ensuring them that this freedom achieved is a journey that continues. It is a developmental and a collective thought of public participation, consulting all the stakeholders, try that we sustain this fruit, our democracy. As it is said in Timothy 2, chapter 4, verse 7. Let me take it out from the Bible and to bring it here. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the good race. I kept the faith. May we all never regret the good challenge or a change we have been in that, but we have been part thereof. And lastly, you know everybody that 2011 I was very ill. Thank you for your prayer, and more especially from the ANC part. I received telephones and telephone nearly every day. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kunda.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Chair and Deputy Minister and colleagues. Indeed, it is a farewell today. But I would like to say to my colleagues, you are the best team that I've ever worked with. You are very good people. And you are people of good stature. And you can go very far. And you will achieve a lot because the elections is yours. You can take the elections, it's yours. Just speak the truth. Nothing else, just speak the truth. Honorable Chair, let me just say to you as a chairperson of this House, thank you for being a father figure for some of us. Thank you for leading us. Honorable Deputy Chair, we didn't call you Mama for nothing. We meant it when we said Mama is because we respect you, we honor you, and we thank you that sometimes you can put us on the right road. To the Chief Whip in her absence, sometimes it's very hard on us, but she was a good Chief Whip. You can't deny it. And the team in the Chief Whip's office has done a good work. Advocate Pindela, many times I have fight with him and all those things. But at the end of the day, the purpose is one goal. We need to succeed, and we succeed. Thank you, Advocate Pindela and your staff. For this past term, it was a good term. And now I would like to say to everybody here, you know, I heard everybody talks about honesty and you must be speaking the truth and all that. You know, there is one thing that can destroy you, and that's dishonesty. And honesty, if you are dishonest, you will never be able to lead people. You will destroy people because you are dishonest. And I want to say to this house today, I have learned this thing. Be honest, whether people like it or not, be honest. Me and Charles, we came together from the legislature. He knew in the legislature, we just call a spade, whether you like it or not. And this is what I've seen in many of my colleagues. They are honest when we go on oversight and we're doing a lot of things. And I want to say for the elections, come the 7th May, the people will go out in their masses and they're going to vote. And I want to say to those who are coming back, congratulations. Those who are not coming back, well done for the first term that you've done here. But don't be surprised to see people that you don't see on the list now that's coming back. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when you see people that you think they are nobodies, they are nowhere. God always has a plan. God are always in front of people. He's always ahead of people because He is the one that directs the steps. It's not somebody else. And I want to close with the word of Timothy. You know, when Paul said to Timothy these words, he meant it. He said, brother, let my heart rejoice as my soul rejoice because you has opened up the door for me. I thank you.
Okay. I now call upon Honorable Boroto. Thank you very much. I'm just happy that today I come to this podium and not defend myself against Honorable Liz or Honorable de Villiers. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Minister Nell, Honorable members, special delegates here, fellow comrades. I am truly honored to deliver this farewell speech on behalf of the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Ntwanambi, who is not well, and has asked me to convey her good wishes and gratitude, not only to you, Honorable Chairperson, but also to the Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Honorable House Chairs, Chairpersons of Select Committees, Honorable members in particular of the WIPARI, for your support and commitment and for the profound privilege to serve as the Chief Whip of this institution during this term. She wishes you all well on the road ahead as you prepare to straddle the length and breadth and this magnificent country to spread your various messages of hope to the people of South Africa before the national and provincial elections on the 7th of May. We are celebrating 20 years of democracy and a democratic parliament. Today is a moment of utmost significance for us all, whom the people of South Africa and our respective provinces have entrusted with representing their needs and interests. It is in this august house
that we all as a collective have contributed to shape the instruments to create a better life for all. It is here that provincial and local government have been represented, the only house, the National Council of Provinces. It is here that the provincial perspective within the national parliament has been represented. It is here that oversight of government has been exercised. It is here also that we as a collective have contributed to creating and shaping the legislative framework to transform society and government so that we can continue in our decisive path to advance democracy and build a better life for all our people, irrespective of their race, their gender, their economic status, or where they are located. Honorable Chairperson, many important pieces of legislation has been passed by the committees of the National Council of Provinces. They have already spoken to them. I'm not going to speak to them, but I must say you have done a good job. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I am reminded today as I stand here of the story of Mr. Fusi Mufokeng and Mr. Tsokolo Mokoena, who were incarcerated for 17 years, despite their persistent appeal that they were innocent. But this house, under the leadership of Honorable Nyambi, they were able to set those people free. We thank you very much. I'm also reminded, I can't stop talking about this, of the Protection of State Information Bill, which undergone complete rewrite to ensure that it does not compromise the values and aspirations of our democracy. In this term of parliament, we have passed more motions, asked more questions than any other term in our parliament as we checked the statistics. And you must applaud yourselves for that. Honorable Chairperson, this term of this House will not only be marked as robust, but it has also been an exciting and interesting period. This House once again served as a platform for robust, lively, and open debate. Although we had our differences, often overriding commitment, we made sure that the NCOP should fulfill its function of participating in the national lawmaking process. I know that today I'm missing Honorable Bloom. I'm missing Honorable Watson. I must mention that. And Honorable Liz, because they always gave us ammunition to be more eager to make sure that our people are saved. It might have not seemed like that at the time, but what makes me happy is that whatever you said gave us ammunition and we worked well together despite our differences. It is this reason today, as the whippery of the fourth parliament, and on behalf of the chief whip of the council, I repeat, we would really like to pass our profound appreciation to all our honorable members for their profound dedication and commitment to serve our people. You have put to rest any claim by anyone who dares to speak ill of this august house. We made history in the fourth parliament that the president of the country, for the first time in this term, came to this house. We made history. And remember what he said. He said, there is no other institution in the country that can showcase our beautiful and rich diversity as a nation quite as succinctly as the National Council of Provinces. This house is the most of convergence of three spheres of government. which quite uniquely positions it as the bedrock of integrated and cooperative governance. It is the forum where issues of critical importance to the provinces and local government are debated on a national platform. Remember, we went for our provincial weeks, we went for taking parliament to the people, but everything from the provinces with our committees came back here and they got a platform for a national debate. Allow me, Honorable Deputy Chair, to take this opportunity also to express our profound gratitude to the provincial legislatures, and especially the provincial speakers, the chief whips, the chair of chairs, chairpersons of provincial committees, provincial whips, for their cooperation and assistance in general, especially with the processing of the Section 76 bills. And having said that, I must also say, those people that are in the Constitution House, our liaison officers, they must also be thanked for having to, phone the offices and say, the mandate is not here. We are waiting for the mandates. We must also applaud them. Our liaison officers in the Constitution House have done a great job. Thank you very much, honorable members. And allow me to, Honorable Chairperson, that I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your inclusive approach and leadership, and also to thank you and other presiding officers for mandating, for managing the business of the House through fair and impartial application and interpretation of the rules, conventions, practices, and precedent. Ngisaphinda futhi ngithi Baba Mahlangu uyikakaramba. Allow me, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, to express our profound appreciation to the entire staff of the National Council of Provinces for their commitment and dedication under the leadership of the Secretary of the National Council of Provinces, Advocate Pindela. We made you run, but you never got tired. We said whatever, Honorable Advocate Pindela, but you were so strong, and we really want to appreciate that for the support that you gave to us at all times. Thank you very much, the staff of the NCOP. I must also, from the Office of the Chief Whip, really point out the staff in the Office of the Chief Whip. Zama, Yolanda, Vuyo, and all of them, Rosalind, for really taking care of us at all times and making sure that the whippery does its job and it is relaxed to do the job. Honorable Chairperson, as we rise today, I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those honorable members who passed away during the term of this House and who have served this institution with dedication and dignity. We honor their memory. Honorable Chairperson, to the members of my party, the ANC, I want to emphasize that you have been able to help take the country near and to non-racialism, non-sexism, and equality, because in the words of our beloved president, the late President Rolihlahla Mandela, he said, "We are products of the African National Congress, the movement for justice, dignity, and freedom that produces countless giants in whose shadow we find glory." As I look in this house today, I see giants that the president of the ANC, the late Rolihlahla Mandela, talked about. Our objective should therefore be to address the consequences of apartheid and the inequality of the past that still affects our society. And as I conclude, I must say that everybody, Martin Luther King said, everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve your people. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love for your people and your community. That's all that we need. And as I say, together today, let us take South Africa forward. And now, lastly, because the Wipari has got a pastoral role to play, we realize that as the Wipari, we had our own arrangement of a lunch, and now we are extending it to every member that you will be served lunch. I invite you in the old assembly under the Wipari. Thank you very much.
I'll say it in passing. Can members take their seats? Honorable members, I would like to say in Zulu we say, hlonipha umhlabati onyathela kuwo ngoba uzogwinya ngenye imini. I can actually then say to every member here, thanks very much, but remember, the struggle goes on. Aluta continua. Let's go out to our respective provinces and do justice, knowing that ANC is still going to rule. That concludes the business of the day. Members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left. Thank you.